Howdy ho, folks. So, Legendary Lord Tournament going to be going on today, and I'm going to be playing Be'lakor, who I've actually never even played on the Demons of Chaos roster. In fact, this is one of the, I think this is the first time I'm ever playing them in tournament. I've played them on ladder a few times, but they're definitely not my most practiced faction, but I think we're going to have a good time here. Be'lakor's really strong, actually. He's just incredibly expensive, but good micro on Be'lakor can net you a lot of positive results because of his abilities. You've got ITP removal. He's got a pretty nice heal. He's got a really good set of magic. He's got, you know, shadows, which is one of the more competitive choices, obviously. We're going to see what we can get done here. We should have a pretty good time. Not too terribly worried about this. I feel pretty confident in my ability to win at least one or two games with Old Belly here. I'm going to add in Smoke and Mirrors. Why not have faster units, right? Especially if you're using Shadows Magic and you're popping spells all the time. You might as well have the speed and turn speed and charge speed. It's pretty damn good for a faction that's got lots of quick units. Like, buffed up speed on the Fleshhounds is pretty awesome. If Khorne can only dream of having Fleshhounds with 105 speed. Oh, and just talking with another player who wanted a little bit of help setting up for their required dwarf army. I've got Belegar, who's got 4 Bugmans, 4 miners that he has to bring, and no gyros of any kind, which is kind of interesting for the dwarves. I mean, they don't need gyrocopters anymore. They used to be like one of the strongest units in the entire game. They're, ever since they got nerfed on cost and some of their like firing while moving effects, they've been a little bit more situational. Oh my god, we got scrambled egg for our first game into the Ogre Kingdoms, and Scrag the Slaughterer is going to be the legendary lord that we're scrapping against here. So let's see if we get beat in the first round. It's very possible. With as good as Scrambled is, there's no guarantees of any kind of victory here. I'm gonna make a good go of it, though. I feel like we can maybe get a cheeky victory here. Yeah, that's definitely a Dowie build where you just face check your opponent and shoot them to death with all the rangers. Fleshhounds with 105 speed would still not be amazing. I actually think Fleshhounds are really, really good. There's definitely some things that would be kind of nice to see on them. I think CA is just really afraid to make the Khorne units too powerful. I think they massively overestimate how good spell resistance is. But Fleshhounds, as long as you don't leave them to get chewed on in sustained fights, one of the better shock mobility units in the game, in my opinion. All right, let's figure out how we're gonna beat the frickin' Ogre Kingdoms, man. They're gonna be a little tricky, I think. See, here's a little bit of a worrying thing about the faction here is you don't really have any hard-coded anti-large, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to maximize the efficiency of a lot of this other stuff. We're also gonna have to face down Gorgers, which are a little worrying. Not really loving the idea of this matchup, to be quite honest. Although we do have some pretty good units here. Give me a sec, guys. Oh my god, we got 28 sign-ups. How many people actually got in here? Majority of them, so wow. Okay, we got 25 people in the tournament today, which is super sick. Get down a bracket, and y'all can take a little gander at who's playing who right now. I need to zoom out real quick. That is one thing that I do not love about the bracket generation. It does not fit the screen super well, so this is going to look a little zoomed out, but hopefully it's still readable and legible for y'all. Let's try and figure out what we're doing with Khorne here. You do have to. So Bellacor's requirement for this tournament is that we need to select one of every Monogod's unique unit. So if we get past Scrambled, then we're up against Tingus Pingus. I don't actually know who they're playing, but I guess we'll find out. So what am I lacking here with my army? Oh, a Slaaneshi unit. Okay. What does Slaanesh have that Demons of Chaos can use really well? Seekers, definitely an option. Might be what I lean towards here. actually check something on the Ogre Kingdoms. Gotta check my opponent's Lord option, because I never ever see people playing around with Scrag ever. This is just not a common choice whatsoever. Probably want to cut down on these guys a little bit. 2 of those will be strong. Let's actually get this nice and adjusted up, because we're gonna need some punching power for the Ogre Kingdoms, but we also need a hefty amount of speed. They are definitely a faction that can give you the runaround if you allow them to. Really like to not get kited too badly here. Curious what map we're gonna get. Scrambled and I are currently picking and counter-picking on that front, trying to see where we're gonna end up. Definitely want to bring that. Could cut this. Now, this is probably the one faction that Shadows Magic really isn't all that good into. It's going to be a little frustrating trying to figure out how we're supposed to pull these guys apart, I imagine. Maybe this is the way. Alright, I actually think I've got something going on here. Best I can. Alright, and we're going to be playing on Dusted Steppe here, which is going to be a pretty cool map. It's got some cover, which is really important for me because I do not want to have to fight super fairly into the Ogre Kingdoms, quite frankly. I think that would end up being a huge problem. I think with what we've got picked out here, we should have an okay time, though. It's going to be wild, woolly, and fast-paced, though, and we very likely could run into some serious issues. Just against Scrambled, who's such a good player. I'm a little worried about the Gorgers. I don't know how Gorgers are nowadays. And I know Scrag has to bring a couple of those. See, oh my god, Scrag is 3 Gorgers, which is kind of nuts. That's going to be tricky to handle because they can also Vanguard deploy across the map.
Feed me souls!
If Scrambled is smart here, I think what we'll see is some very aggressive Gorger play backed up by some Lead Belchers. Lead Belchers are just always good. One of the strongest units in the entire game. They can really rip into you if you don't position yourself up with a good amount of care. We're going to try and control our forest here. It's going to be pretty important. We'll get our Plague Bearers at the very least up in it. Pink Horrors might set up on the edge, but we could need to rotate away just depending on where the Ogre Kingdoms actually position themselves early on. We've got Screamers, we've got Fiends of Slaanesh, we've got an Exalted Flamer who might help clear out numbers for me. I actually brought Penumbral Pendulum to kill Noblars and garbage like that. It's not really a great use of Bellacor's time per se, but he's a really strong fighter, so he should be able to land in and get some good engagements with Shadow Shroud, and then removing ITP and lowering leadership around him. We could cause some cascading effects that leave the Ogre Kingdoms terrified and fleeing around the battlefield. Don't have any other source of terror, which could be holding me back here, but we're just going to have to see. I wanted a decently wide army here. I didn't want to just go with, like, 6 units. I'm not that brave. Okay, we'll get up here, move in there. Oh, Powder Guts. Double Powder Guts, and then a bunch of Pigback Riders, and then a whole bunch of Noblars is going to be the choice here. That's including the Gorgers, who I imagine are hovering around the number 2 or some similar setup here. Probably not too far waiting in the wings. The Ogre Pistols are going to be pretty frustrating. They're not going to be easy to dive, so I'm going to have to be pretty careful and cautious here. Not 100% sure of what we need. I know that these Pink Horrors are going to be really useful here. They're going to put on a lot of work for me, I think. Get the Fiends out. Fiends are going to be great. The forests are not going to be nearly as safe for my opponent as they are for me. They're actually pretty nice for the Demons of Chaos. Scrambled's going to kind of jump up into the forest there. Move up over here. Definitely with the Bloodletters. Actually gonna land on this Noblar and chew on these guys for a minute. They're actually still outpacing me. Whatever. We'll get in here. Let's see if we can shred a couple of these guys real quick and then escape. Don't actually know how this is going to go. I don't know why the Furies aren't doing more damage, like, right off the bat. Acting a little bit lackluster right now. Let's get up. Blood Vultures on the way in. And Belly is going to actually land in the forest here, because he can pummel on these guys pretty nicely. Maneater Ogre Pistols we're going to fight. We're going to kill the Noblars here now. We get a nice opening salvo onto my opponent's Ogre Pistols. Let's get over in the trees here. Let's get these Pigback Riders as well. And this is a bunch of Noblars here. I'm gonna actually bring the Exalted Flamer out and start trying to roast some of the Noblars down. This is, like, not going horribly, honestly. We're getting quite a bit of damage. I need to put my units on guard mode right now. Just keep my lines well situated for the time being. And let's not get too far forward, but let's get a Plague Bearer and the Bloodletters up in the forest here. Or actually, Bloodletters here, Plague Bearers are going to be the ones up in the trees. Let's run away down here. We don't need to do anything at all to scrap with the Maneater Pistols right now. The Exalted Flamer actually got a decent amount of value with its first shot, so can we get away here, though? Uh-oh, this is not good. So the Maneater Pistols are actually getting pretty aggressive here. Chasing me down somewhat. I was looking a little scary for a moment, but I think we've got that situated now.
Through shadow.
Let's actually shift the pinks around a little bit. Let's get up on this side of the formation and charge that down a little bit. Let's use Lamprey's Bite on, just use it on this Noblar unit. Actually did no damage. What the hell was that? Huh? Super bizarre.
I fly.
Bellacor's gonna jump up and he's gonna hide back in the trees for a moment. We're gonna get back out on this side and go a little bit of poke against our opponent. Well, my opponent's gotten a little bit of value, but it's nothing tremendous. We're gonna roast down more Noblars here. Make sure that our Plague Bearers are in a nice position, and we're gonna get ready for this attack here, because I really think my opponent's gonna ratchet up the intensity in just a moment here. Stay away from bulls, the pistols especially. I don't really want to be tangling with. We have actually kind of forced my opponent out of position in all frankness. He's actually not in a particularly ideal spot right now. Strock up in here. The Noblar Trappers can fight here. We need to get Be'lakor and these guys over. Let's get my Seekers back for a moment. We've got the Lamprey's Bite available again. Let's drop this here.
Feed me souls.
We're gonna drop a We're gonna drop a pendulum here and just try and kill as many of those guys as we possibly can. Let's get away here. And we'll get a Flesh Hound in, and they're gonna go and hammer the flank Seekers. I'm gonna get off of this fight and go after these Saber Tusks now. Let's get some range going here. And we'll pop our Shadow Shroud now. That's going to be really nice for me, and we'll just we'll buff these guys up. Sounds like a really good plan. My Fiends crumble out. They really didn't do all that much damage, unfortunately. Don't love that. Need to land in on these guys. We'll get a nice engagement against the pistols now, which is really good for me. Yeah, Plague Bearers are really pushing through now, which is super ideal. This is going to be a really nice set of engagements for me for the next, like, minute or two. And we just absolutely nuked the Gorgers out of existence, so I don't think we even need to continue that engagement right now. We'll turn our Exalted Flamer over to try and get these guys. And let's get some more Furies in here. Let's see what they can do. Bellacor's going. Gorgers have done some pretty decent damage to me, but I don't hate the position I'm in right now. It's really not too terrible. Need to chase down Gorgers and some of these other annoying units. We're just gonna pop this here, I guess. Okay, we've got a little bit of a value lead now. We're gonna get a Screamer in, because they're gonna go help against these Gorgers, who are a little bit of a problem. I'm not loving what they've been doing to me. It's been a little bit frustrating. Shrieking Skyrays are going to drop their Lamprey's Bite right here, and hopefully this does some good damage. Why does this not do anything? It's a forward-moving radius? Is that really it? That's so fucking bizarre. I clearly just don't even know how that interaction even works, so that's not ideal. Let's get the Furies up in the sky, actually, because we've got one of my opponent's units running away currently. We're going to keep pummeling Scrag here. Gorgers are about dead. We're going to get Plague Bearers up on this point. We're going to drop another Pendulum in a moment, too. We just need to chase the Powder Guts off the field, because they're routing currently. Should actually be able to clean them up, just by staying after them. Oh, come on, dude. Please don't let this drop happen. I'm fairly convinced that I'm in a winning position right now. This just does not look ideal for the Ogre Kingdoms. Like, their Noblars are pretty beat up. Their Man-Eater pistols have been shut down, and probably gonna chase off the Powder Guts. They're such an expensive unit, man. It's gonna be very painful once they're gone. And we've cleaned up all the Gorgers for the most part. Now, the Gorgers were actually fairly powerful. They did quite a bit of damage here to me. Which is intriguing. It's definitely noteworthy that Gorgers ended up being a pretty strong unit.
unending glory is yours.
Alright, scrambled drop, so I need to talk with them. Powder Gut's got good value. The Gorger, oh, only one of the Gorgers did well. Damn, Scrack is not good. Holy crap, dude. Oh no. Scrack here with 13 value. Bellicor only got 1100. I did get some decent value elsewhere, though. Oh my god, the Seekers. 2100 on that one, 1100 on the other. Seeker's obviously still really strong. Holy crap. Okay, so Scrambled actually says he conceded, so, I mean, well, that's a first-round win for us. That's pretty cool. Okay. It's just the Exalted that's the, anti-large. The Slanesh Soul Grinder is anti-large. Keeper of Secrets is not anti-large, but it is really strong. It's like one of the better, big, like, demon units you can bring. The Keeper of Secrets is probably just not going to be all that good against, Ogre Kingdoms. It's a strong unit, but it is a little bit vulnerable to shooting, just because it does not have a tremendous amount of armor. So, like, Noblar Trappers and Slingers would actually pummel that pretty well. I'll take a round one win. Hell yeah, dude. Against Scrambled, no less. Huge. Alright, well, let's go find Tingus Pingus then. One of the goated names in all of Warhammer, in my opinion. This player I know plays Chaos Dowie usually, so I'm curious if they're on the Dwarves or on something else, because don't actually know what other factions they play, quite honestly. Okay, we actually got some people sending round one games in, so we're gonna be kicking them off and getting into them as soon as we're eliminated. The Unstoppable Tretch Craven Tail? Holy crap, too. Holy crap, that's gonna be a fun one. We're fighting Skaven with Demons of Chaos. If I lose this, I don't know what I'm up to. This should be a really good matchup for Demons. I cannot imagine this being very tricky, quite honestly. I can't fall asleep at the wheel, though. I'm definitely going to need to play carefully. Play responsibly. Always play responsibly, guys. I don't know about the Chromatic Abominations. The Plague Bearer frontline was really good. It lasts so long. Against the Skaven, they don't really have anything good to clear out the Plague Bearers either. I need to learn how to use the Shrieking Skyrays. This Lamprey's Bite does not work the way I thought. That shows you how little I use Tzeentch units and just play the some of these factions in general. I am intrigued by what we can get done here. Oh yeah, I can't do, it's technically an illegal army. Okay. Hold on. Let's not go too deep into the Nurgle bodies. We gotta get some other stuff in here. Plague Bear, or Bloodletter is always gonna be a good option. What do we bring Tzeentch-wise? Fiends are a really good option, but I did not play well with them at all that last game. Definitely was fumbling around with them a little too much. We could go with a Secret Chariot and meme a little bit, but I'm gonna go with my Seekers. And we'll get the Shrieking Skyrays in the starting army too. So yeah, that fills out my requirement for the opener. Do I want Khorne Furies or Tzeentch Furies? I actually think yeah, Khorne Furies are almost always the best option. Plague Toads, Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are really good against Rat Ogres, guys. It's going to be pretty brutal for my opponent. If I didn't already need to fill my army out with a stupidly expensive Lord and then some of this other stuff, I would honestly not be opposed to going with a Soul Grinder of Khorne, because I actually really love Soul Grinders, dude. They are a really good unit. I am an unapologetic fan of them. Are the Festering Stooges going to be any good against the Skaven? I actually wonder if they wouldn't be a really good option now that I'm looking at them. What do I want to cut in here if I'm going to throw that out, though? Not super sure. We could actually do Bringers of Beguilement, although they don't cause terror. They're not a terror-causing unit, so we'll avoid that for the time being. We'll just do this. I liked that front line. It's pretty decent. We could do double pinks and then maybe another Bloodletter. Bloodletter for whatchamacallits. Big annoying guys. Ooh, the Noxbringer, though. Noxbringer into a ranged faction. It is a terror-causing unit as well. What'd be better? Dude, I really like the Soul Grinder of Khorne really is such a decent unit. I'm so tempted to use them. Do a Seeker and an Exalted Pink Horror, though. That's gonna be kind of fun, I think. I think we'll lessen the amount of Plague Toads we've got. Although they are pretty solid mobility, but I do need to move really quick around the battlefield. I think the Fleshhounds are going to be a good option for it. Maybe I want the pinks in the open. Nah, they're faster, so they'll get up to the points in a reasonable time. Bringing Plague Bearers out of reserve is going to be a little too slow, perhaps. Oh, LOL. That's big, my bad. I forgot to put in the advance for the bracket. Where the hell are the demons? Oh, they're chaos demons, not demons of chaos. Alright, fair enough. So we've got Putrefying Carcass banned. I'm gonna ban Eastern Isle. No terracotta, graveyard. So we've got, okay, Eastern, Putrefying Carcass, and Terracotta Graveyard are all banned. Do we play Haunted Vale or Cassars? I actually think Cassars might be a better map for the demons. Don't even need Plague Toads. I'm gonna do another Exalted Flamer in reserve. I really enjoy the Exalted Flamer. It's actually a pretty strong range unit. It's like pseudo-artillery in a way. I'll be right back, guys. Actually, a Pox Rider. Instead of doing the Exalted Pinks, I'm going to bring a Epoxy. Stinky Pox Rider. To just run up into my opponent and kind of get them on the edge of their seats a little bit with a good chaff clear tool. These things shred against crappy infantry. Oh, whoops. Gotta swap the map. Where the hell is it? Alright. Ready as I can be to do this. We've golfed and hoofed our opponent. They know to have good luck and get fun. Yeah, the Be'lakor heals are going to be pretty easy to get because I'm just going to be terrifying the absolute hell out of stuff. Nah, we're going with Daniel's banner, you know, a little bit of a flex. Be'lakor created Daniel, after all, you know, old boy is kind of the reason that Daniel exists as a character. At least according to the in-game lore. We'll see what we can do to cap this point over here real quick. We'll have our Plague Bearers posted up. Just to take fights. The Bloodletters I'll just keep in the middle of the field for now. We're going to learn how to use the damn Lamprey's Bite, because I just whiffed it a couple of times that last game, and would have been really nice to be able to hammer down some of my opponents' Noblars with it. I think you need to cast it, like, in front of their unit, or off on the side, maybe? I thought it was just, like, a straight-up radius spell. But it does seem like it kind of moves forward. The explosion does, so I'm just gonna have to play it by ear. I've been playing this game for a long time, and there's even plenty of interactions that I still don't have, like, the 100% strong grasp on. Dude is not feeling confident. Come on, dude, have some faith. Don't let it slip away. This is going to be really tough for the Skaven, though. As long as we play our cards right, we should be able to bully the one of the lowest leadership factions in the game. Look at Tretch out in the middle of the field here. So that's a Poisonwind Globe. There's 3 Storm Vermin Halberds. Oh, and the Blight Scab's Plague Pack is available. I'm going to get back. We are not going to catch him before he gets away. We are going to get our caps out the gate, though, on all of the objectives, I think. What's this guy got? Cleansing Ruin and Howling Warp Gale. Yeah, don't want to deal with that, really. We're going to delay this cap. There's no long-range shooting to actually make me need to move right now. Those are Rat Ogres coming in, which is cool. The Globadiers are here. Those are Skaven Slaves. Mostly Skaven Slaves in the front line. This is definitely Exalted Flamer territory. Exalted Flamer is going to rock up and kind of get nasty on my opponent here. Get the Nurglings up on the flank. I'm a little worried about the Nurglings positioning. Oh, and the Teethbreakers are here. Okay, well, let's kind of get back a little bit. And keep ourselves positioned away from that unit for the time being. Definitely don't want to let them get a bunch of free damage on me.
Woeful tidings.
Get Be'lakor away.
Captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
I think we've actually got a nice little opportunity here. We're gonna hit these Poisonwind Globes. Easy first cast for me here. I mean, this the Exalted Flamer is absolutely vile into weapon teams. It does so much damage. We're just gonna be patient over here. We don't have any reason to get over antsy. We're gonna build out both of the pink horrors here. Okay, there's the those guys. The Teethbreakers are actually getting up into me. Missed our charge a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal. Make our way behind our opponent here. We're gonna go dive bomb the Warlock Engineer, maybe. Oh, that's really sneaky! Oh no! Bellacor's gonna eat a wicked set of volleys here. Oh no, this is devastating for me. Oh crap. I might be in trouble. Bellacor's about to get his little booty pounded. And I can't use the I can't use his Shadow Shroud for the time being. That's okay though, he's like alive, I guess. We're gonna just land here and try to get heals going. Let's get up in the air. Oh yeah, my Seekers need to get away from here. They need to get up through the middle. We're gonna get some shots going down. We'll get another Seeker out. And we're gonna try and hit the flank of those rat ogres.
Lord of torment.
We're just gonna pop Shadow Shroud to keep my boy alive here. Otherwise, he's just gonna get killed. I can't really afford that, obviously. Alright, buddy, you need to literally just run away and not die here. Definitely a few fumbles going on my part. This is looking a little scary right now.
Shadow Lord.
Belly just got absolutely fucking pounded, which is not great at all. And the damn Seeker's dying back here is not ideal either. This is a little bit rough right now. Alright, well, I mean, good damage on the weapon seems at the very least. My god, dude, he can't do anything, man. The Ikid Zap Zap cannon just has him, like, fully ranged out right now. Just need to keep him all the way in the back for the time being. This is okay. This is okay. We're gonna rally here. We're not gonna let my opponent get the leg up on me.
Shadow coil.
Night Runners are coming over to cap a point. We're gonna get Flesh Hounds over there. They're actually gonna pound those guys pretty good. Let's get those guys as they're rallying. We need to get off the Blightscab's Plague Pack. We've been fumbling around with those guys way too long now. We're going to land in and do some damage. Alright, if we can kill the weapon teams, we can still salvage this game. I really did, like, almost completely fumble this away, though. So, we're going to have to be incredibly intelligent about the fights that we take from here on out.
You will run. Spell casted.
Let's try to hit these guys, and maybe Bellacore can get a little bit of healing before he dies. I swear to God, I cannot lose him.
One of your units has been destroyed.
A bunch of my stuff is crumbling out because I'm fumbling it a little, but I think we're going to be alright. Let's hammer all of these Skaven slaves. Damnation, dude. This is not good. This is not good right now. Losing my Lord is a big problem, and I don't think that I'm going to be able to save myself here. Because I've just been a little too scattered into the Skaven, man. This is the trap that you can fall into. They can 100% rip into you if you just let your guard down against them. And that Ikid Zap Zap cannon has been terrorizing me all freaking game so far.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Does this even do damage to this? I don't even know, man. I think we fumbled this game away, quite honestly. It was a really smart combo what my opponent ended up bringing. He kind of went in with a couple of units that I'm just not very experienced into. It was really making me pay for it. And the Blightskeps Plague Pack have been clearing out the numbers pretty well. Oh my god, no, please. Ah, I didn't think it was gonna happen, but I deserve this. This is a deserved loss. We'll see if we can try and make a comeback happen here. It's gonna be really difficult, though. Let's get another Flesh Hound out and play some hit and run here. Do a little bit of cycle charging over here. We're going to get up a Nurgling. We're going to hammer into these guys, and then we're just going to pull back immediately. Poxrider's going to have to do some damage. Damn, dude. My Exalted Flamer going down sucks. Plague Bearers are still holding the line, but to what purpose at this point, right? I mean, I've really choked this away.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Let's drop down on these guys. We lost a bunch of stuff over here. Let's pull back and cycle charge a little. Nurglings are up on the point, so I am going to get this cap. Think we can get the Teeth Breakers and finish them really quick here, maybe. And the Ikit Zap Zap Cannons got 1,700 value, which is rough, rough, rough. Get going. Let's just keep getting surrounds. We killed some of my opponent's stuff over here. Maybe we can work this. Maybe we can work this situation to our advantage a little bit. We'll have to see about it. Oh yeah, we didn't even get the. We didn't get the artillery piece. We're down so much value right now. Let's go dive bomb these guys and see how we can figure out a way to kind of pull this back. We've got a little bit of time to work with. That's going to be a really nice Flensing Ruin, dude. Maybe we can kill my opponent's Lord and maybe try and get some shenanigans going that way. Maybe the Exalted Flamer can do a little bit of hammering. Yeah, those things are not doing it. Oh, no! I can't believe it. I think we should just tap. I don't see this happening. I don't have enough units on the field. God damn it. Oh, I'm pissed at myself, dude. I had that, and then, I fucked it up. I fucked it up, guys. Lost to the fucking Skaven, dude. Oh my god. You cannot be serious. I memed too close to the sun. I let Bellicor die, which was my problem. I mean, he's not gonna find a ton of fights that are easy for him against the Skaven, because he's so expensive. If you land him anywhere, you're just asking for firepower to just pound his little ass. The second he started going down is when I just started falling apart, and you can't do that on the Demons of Chaos, man. You screw up like 1 or 2 times, and that's just the way it is. Oh my god. Really well played to Tingus. That was a great game. Dude, if I'd gotten the Shadow Shroud off before he got the, before Howling Warp Gale locked him down, I think I would have been able to keep Be'lakor alive. I mean, it's 60% damage resistance. It would have been active for the entire duration of Howling Warp Gale, too. He'd have been able to squeak away with about 5,000 HP, probably, instead of, like, the 2 that he had. Oh my god, so vile. Yeah, seriously, man. I mess with them. That's what happens. I need to save that replay so that I can go back and watch my mistakes again, so I don't make them any further. So give me a second, and then we can get going on the other replays that people have been sending me. Yeah, big whoops. No other comment need be made. And then, because he went down, I didn't have Pit of Shades. I could have punished so many good positions if I had had the spell casting available. Lacking it got me into so much trouble. I could have landed Be'lakor on the ground as well. Howling Warp Gale wouldn't have been affected by it. Alright, here we go. What more replays do we got? We can cheerlead some of the other people. Alright, guys. Replays of plenty to go through. We'll just start here. Why not? I mean, Scarbrand playing Tzeentch, of course, obviously. Why wouldn't he be? And Suga is going to be on the Ogre Kingdoms. With Golg here, you got the Eshin Maneater, you got Golg's Personal Honor Guard, you got double Leadbelcher, and a Maneater with the Iron Fists. Those guys are actually pretty decent. I like those as a unit. You got Pink Horrors, you got lots of Marauder Spears, you've got a, what the hell is this? Oh, the Changeling. I was like, why is there a Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch here? The Changeling is actually turning into the Green Knight. It's definitely a very interesting choice for character for him. He will be fairly strong into the Ogre Kingdoms, though. Golg is going to have a little bit of trouble handling him. Because Golg is very well suited for killing most characters, even if they are large targets. Just because he has really good weapon strength and melee attack. The Changeling, though, as the Green Knight, has a ton of resistances. Physres and Ward Save. Up into the 70s is going to be really hard to deal with. You got a Cockatrice as well. That's going to be fun to see. It's a pretty decent unit. It's got the terror that it can cause. Pretty good stats as well. It's a little bit bigger than a Manticore. Just one of the things that you might worry about against the Ogre Kingdoms and all their shooting. Leadbelcher's waiting in the wings over here. Another Leadbelcher holding the home point, just keeping Tzeentch back for the time being. Scarborough's probably going to build up some pressure. Yeah, we got Synagore of Tzeentch up here now. Leadbelcher's getting pummeled by the Blue Fire, which is just a great spell. Really useful to have available so that you can wear down some of the more annoying ranged pieces in the game. Leadbelchers, to this very day, tend to massively overperform into infantry. They are vicious. They're vile, even. Sorcerers just hovering around, Cockatrice up in the air, Changeling and A-Cold moving in now. Green Knight will be able to pummel just about anybody here. The Evshin Maneater is going to be the only thing that you need to worry about because of the Marked for Eaten debuff. Losing like 40 melee defense on the Green Knight, and then having a bunch of speed lost could put him in a situation where he can get handled by some of these characters, but we'll have to see. Bruiser comes in, and the Cockatrice is actually going straight for him. Plus, you get a really good dive of the Chaos Sorcerer onto the Leadbelchers. The Centaur's collapsing from the other side here. Brutal damage going down on a very important missile piece for the Ogre Kingdoms. And Skarbrand with some really good dives, and actually holding off on getting on top of the Golg's Maneaters, since the Pigback Riders are there and could do some pretty good work. Senegors are going to charge in. They definitely don't want to stay here for too long, but they give time for the other side of the fight to develop out really nicely. Screamers and the Changeling get in here, and a really great, timely tear route on the Pigback Riders, leaving the Maneaters, Golg's Personal Honor Guard, totally out of position now, without any real support. Pigback Riders rally for mere moments before their leadership breaks because of the Changeling in here. With his spooky green attacks, making sure that the Ogre Kingdoms know who's boss here. Marauders poking Pigback Riders down, and the Ogre Bull Iron Fists on the way in to try and salvage this situation somewhat, but it's going to be pretty difficult. Blue Fire comes in and just misses everything. I think it hit A-Cold more than anything else. Now we've got some Changebringers on the field, and they're just going to nuke the Butcher out of existence, man. Brutal damage right off the rip with one volley from those guys. They have limited ammunition, obviously. Only 10 volleys does tend to leave them a little bit lacking in situations where they don't get to pick and choose their engagements quite this clean. But with nothing to threaten them shooting-wise, they're just going to have free and easy value on all of the units that Suga's got out on the field. Blood Vultures come in a good retreat with the Changebringers. They're pulling back some to find maybe a little bit of safety with some Furies would be the probable best call-in. Got the Marauders of Tzeentch holding up the advance of the Ogre Bull Iron Fist, but not doing too hot into that engagement right now. Changeling is scrapping, but not doing a whole lot of damage to Golg right now. The Blue Fire actually ending up doing the balance of the damage there, and then you get a Tier 2 army ability from Tzeentch just to hammer him a little bit more. But Golg could find a little bit of safety here now, and if you don't have units near him, he's just going to pop that Bugman's XXX, and he'll be back up to full pretty quickly with that available to him. Suga's pressure on the #1 objective is faltering pretty badly right now. Leadbelchers just can't find any safety at all. Cockatrice and the Marauder Horsemen diving them and doing a pretty good job of locking them in place and then punishing them for their lack of protection. And this is why Golg is such a good character, dude. Taking down one of the strongest foot duelists in the entire game with very little effort. Poor A-Cold here, having an awful time of it with the Golg's Maneaters all over him. Bruiser's there, too. Bruiser's actually doing great work against him as well. Changebringers, though, getting to tee off now. Golg is getting roasted a little bit. You get a Blue Fire, and then another follow-up volley from the Changebringers, who have 1,400 value already. Value trading really well up to this point. Good chase-off of the Eshin Maneater. Definitely don't want to let him rally the Centaurs of Tzeentch with some pretty solid value. You got the Noblars and Pigback Riders being slowly handled off on the home objective for Tzeentch. A little bit of firepower going down, and the spears are just poking away. Holding on to that point and making sure that the Ogre Kingdoms are not going to get a runaway triple cap here. And we do see gold go down to the Changebringers, who have 2,200, and they're probably going to kill the Bruiser in moments here. Probably not even going to need to. You get a Terror Route from the Green Knight now. All of these units are going to get chased off the field now. I don't imagine that there's going to be a whole lot that the Ogre Kingdoms are going to be able to do to rally this position either. The Centaurs actually peeled away from the Eshin Maneater and let him rally, but he's coming back in with very little support, and the Changebringers get another volley right up into his face. They're going to end up with 2453 value. Nice little up trade. They cost 1,500, so anytime you can get over 2k on them, you're probably looking pretty set for what you needed to do in the game. Bruiser's a really cool model. It's nice and spiky. He's got the cool little blade gauntlet too, you know, the Mantis gauntlet from Fallout. Run in and shred some people with that. Alright, we got one more replay that I'm going to drop in here. Really nice round one win for Scarbrand on Tzeentch, looking very, very well practiced in that particular match. Pawn on the Dark Elves with the Rakarth as the legendary lord is going to be pretty cool to see. He's on his dragon too. Okay, Dragon Lord Rakarth is going to be very fascinating to watch. It's really not that big of an imposition for the Dark Elves, though, having to bring dragon characters. The reason is their Supreme Sorceresses are just so frickin' cheap, and you want the fire magic anyways, so... bringing in a Lord who can kind of control some of the bigger monsters with his bonus versus large, and really solid combat stats, plus all the buffs that he's got. He's got Beast Slaver, Beast Lord's Gaze, Whiplash is really strong. Whip of Agony is a really nice debuff. It's going to be really useful for throwing down on the Ushapti or maybe on the Chosen of the Gods and then collapsing on those guys. It should allow for some pretty heinous damage to come in. Skeleton Horsemen pulling back from the point. You got the Dread Spears looking to box up on the Reaper Bolt Throwers. No reason to leave those too open. Carrion can kill Bolt Thrower crews fairly fast. Carrion do have really good weapon strength, even if their melee attack is a little low. The Reaper Bolt Throwers just don't really have the sauce in the melee defense front to survive more than a couple seconds of combat. Having a Dread Spear nearby will definitely ensure that they're a little bit safer here. Skellies poking away at some of the Dread Spears who are moving up onto the number 3, but the War Hydra moving forward. War Hydras do have a really strong breath attack, and I've seen Pont do some really disgusting stuff catching people out with it. You can see it's trundling forward now, trying to get out of range. You don't want to allow the War Hydra to get the jump off on your Skeleton Horse Archer. It's going to take a lot to wear this thing down, too. It's very durable with the another takes its place. It's got 4 procs on 12% heal. Cooldown is fairly short, too. Plus, it just has innate regen, which is another really strong passive heal. Getting very aggressive with this beastie. It's taking a lot of firepower, but again, it's not doing too badly right now. Chosen of the Gods looking to open up on it, and actually not really landing any shots currently. Power of Darkness and Blade Wind going to be the magic choice for our Dark Elf player. And Rakarth with a really good land here picks off one of the models on the Chosen of the Gods. Very aggressive Blade Wind going down. Good damage on the Skeleton Archers, actually. Really nice stuff. Breath attack down the line on the Skeleton Spears does some pretty good damage. Not like the most worthwhile thing ever. It's a 325 gold chaff unit. But damage is damage, and wearing out the Tomb King's front line so you can just get immediately onto all the squishy bits isn't a bad idea at all. Reaper Bolt Thrower opening up, good positioning on it, since your opponent's not pushed up on the middle objective at all. Getting it around the flank and posted up with a nice little terrain blocker right next to it, giving it a pretty safe flank and pocket to shoot into as your opponent advances forward. Chosen of the Gods lose another model. Rakarth used very aggressively here, and very good micro on him. Good positioning and good timing on a lot of these dives, not overextending or allowing the Tomb Kings to get too set up, even on their home objective. Making sure that they stay really uncomfortable here. War Hydra continues to advance, and Black Ark Corsairs, more Dread Spears moving in, and the War Hydra going all in at this stage. Another dive with the Rakarth into the Chosen of the Gods. They just don't have anything to protect them is the big problem. Oh my god, brutal damage going down with the Blade Wind, nuking the Tomb Guard Halberds and the Skeleton Spears. Ushabti looking a little worn out here. The War Hydra's been having a pretty good old time up to this point, but now you got the Necrosphinx on the field. Necrosphinx is a very strong anti-large single entity. It will definitely be able to put some moves on the War Hydra, which actually is going to break right now. Really unfortunate. Do any of these stop routes? They don't. Ouch. So no way to rally the War Hydra currently. The Necrosphinx is right on its tail, probably going to take it down if I had to hazard a guess, but in the process, Rakarth is just going to brutalize Kotep here. Kotep getting a little too comfortable being close to Rakarth, and with a really good punish as a result. 1700 value on the big old Dragon Lord. You get Kotep on the verge of crumbling here. His leadership is fully broken, and that is going to be a disintegration right off the field of a very important unit for the Tomb Kings. They're not a very good faction without their casters, obviously. They're very reliant on the Realm of Souls for their healing, plus whatever healing the Lore of Nehekara can do for them while it's active. It's pretty limited effect, but nonetheless, the Tomb Kings do tend to avoid crumbling for, I would say, up until the mid stages of games, just because of that. More Tomb Guard Halberds coming in, Nehekara Warriors coming out of both spawn zones, looking to try and help the Tomb Kings rally here, but War Hydras are rallying. You can see it's procced one of its Hydra heals. Got the regen going yet again. Up to about 500 value. Now the War Hydra fighting with Rakarth against the Necrosphinx should be finding a lot of success here. This Necrosphinx can only do so much against two massive, scary, high-health single entities. You can see the damage going down, and it is getting absolutely bullied right now with 2,600, 2,700 value on Rakarth right now. Gonna end up with close to 3k by the end of this one, probably. War Hydra grinding down the last of the Ushabti off on the side here. Harpies just flying overhead and waiting in the wings. Another Harpy being pushed back, but really good late game situation here for the Dark Elves. I call it late game. It's really, you know, like pretty early into the match, but for all intents and purposes, this is where you go for the jugular and just finish off the remaining Tomb King's units and get the dub here. Casket of Souls has just not gotten any value. These things are so mediocre. They just can't hit anything consistently. You would think that they'd be a little bit more capable against infantry. I'm not sure what you could do to make these caskets a little bit stronger. Kotet being forced to include one is definitely the biggest problem that they're running into right now. Continuing to get poked by the Reaper Bolt Throwers, which is really awesome. You got the Tomb Guard Halberds and the Black Ark Corsairs scrapping a little bit here, but the Cold One Knights circumventing that fight, and another beautiful Blade Wind up onto Nehekara Warriors. Supreme Sorceress probably has, I'm going to guess, 1,500 value? 1,700 value is crazy, man. And a brutal breath attack from the Hydra, nuking the poor Nehekara Warrior that was sitting and fighting the Dread Spears. Skeleton Horsemen collapsing onto this braced unit. They'll probably break before ruinous damage goes down, but a good collapse from the side with the Cold One Knights is going to clean up those skellies pretty quickly, and the War Hydra's taking down the casket. This game is all but over. Blesk really does not have any sauce left in the army. Just super, so far on the back foot. The mobility for the Tomb Kings is really not that good into any of the mobility for the Dark Elves. Dark Elves have so many good tools for taking down not just the mobility, like the Skeleton Horsemen. Dark Riders have a pretty good time against the Skelly Horsemen, but you've also got really good tools against all the shooting and the single entities. If it's not going to be Scourger or Chariots, apparently it's going to be War Hydras. The War Hydra play has been amazing here. Pont loves bringing those, and is so consistent at utilizing them to their fullest extent. Supreme Sorceress gets another vicious Blade Wind. Blade Wind seems really crazy now. It does cost 11 Winds of Magic, but for the kind of damage it seems to put down, that's more than worth it, in my opinion. Get 2,200 value out of what's got to be a 700 gold caster. The Dark Star Cloak, Power of Darkness, and Blade Wind is a really cheap kit. And anything to clear out chaff for the Tomb Kings matchup is always a pretty good bet. I really would have thought Burning Head would be the choice, but I think the Blade Wind pick was honestly a little bit stronger. Loving the stuff from Pont here. 3,300 value on Rakarth. You've got the Bolt Throwers, one of them with 1,400 value. The other not nearly as good, but still providing a little bit of poke in the early game while the War Hydras were building up and getting ready for the dives. Tomb Kings really needed the Chosen of the Gods to put in a lot of work here. Getting very little effect out of it. Out of them and the Casket of Souls. It was just a huge letdown for the more ranged focused elements of that Tomb King's army. And without the protection for Kotep early, the Tomb Kings lost their caster and just didn't have any way back into that one. Dude, look at this Emmerich build. What the hell is this? This is crazy. We're gonna get to that eventually. We gotta watch some Dowie play here, though. We've got Thoric Ironbrow rocking it out with Gotrek. Is Gotrek seriously a required unit for Thorak? Seems like a really bizarre inclusion to me. Okay, here's the Dowie. Okay, what do they have required? Thoric is 4 Longbeards and 2 Grudge Throwers. So the Gotrek pick is just for killing Kugath, I guess. I mean, I'm curious to see how that plays out. I don't think Gotrek is going to be able to beat Kugath, honestly. Kugath just has way too much HP for Gotrek to be able to finish that fight. The other big problem that you're going to run into is other units potentially locking Gotrek in place and just him not being able to maneuver free of those blobs, and then he's just stuck there all game. The big problem with characters like Gotrek is the lack of armor. Even against pretty low-tier units, if they have high enough melee attack and weapon strength, they can really chew on these Slayer characters and rip them apart in fairly short order. It's not a huge imposition to be asked.
We have a victory point. Keep it from
So Marauder Great Weapons waiting in the wings. You got the Frolickers, Bubonic, and a bunch of Nurglings capping points early on. The triple Longbeard, quadruple Longbeard in the front line getting forward. Double Bolt Thrower going to be looking to poke away at whatever they can find within their grasp. They definitely still need to maneuver a little farther forward. Kugath definitely does not want to be moving up any farther than he already has. He should just sit back here and try to keep hawking loogies at all the Longbeards for the time being. His damage output at range is pretty decent. It's not amazing, but it's enough to be able to wear down infantry. You can see here, dropping a really nice shot directly onto the top of that Longbeard unit. Taking down 6 models, decent chunk of their HP gone. Gotrek just thrown forward very recklessly. Up into the Plague Ogres. The Plague Ogres are going to bully the hell out of Gotrek here. They are an anti-infantry unit. They've got fairly good melee defense, so they should avoid a couple of attacks from Gotrek at the very least. Add on to the melee attack, that 26 bonus versus infantry. You can see how quickly Gotrek gets worn out here. He's busy smacking Nurglings in the face too, which is definitely not where he needs to be focusing his time and effort. Kugath's gonna just roll forward and help clean up our lonely little Dowie boy here. Gotrek could use an animations overhaul, I feel. He's a little bit basic looking. For how cool he is in the Lord, he definitely needs a little bit more juice, in my opinion. So Heroic Fortitude is going to proc here. I don't think it's going to go off a second time, though. It's only a 50% chance that he gets that heal, and it's only 12% of his HP total. It's pretty mediocre, all things considered. You're just gambling with Gotrek's life here that he doesn't just get folded up like a piece of paper in the next couple seconds. Bolt Throwers are putting a little bit of damage down, though. They're getting a pretty good amount of value against Kugath at the very least. I just don't see it being worth it for the price that you're paying here. Gotrek down to 2 HP. How is... Oh, Heroic Fortitude only has 1 proc? Are you kidding me? Dude, that's really terrible. There's so many other characters with better heals that can proc multiple times. So Gotrek just dies unceremoniously out in the middle of nowhere. Probably the most lore-unfriendly death I've ever seen in my life. At the very least, he earned a glorious death at the hands of Kugath. He gets to go to Grimnir and say, hey, I got to fight the most powerful exalted demon in Nurgle's pantheon. Does that count for something? With all that being said, most of the damage on the Plague Ogres is just going to get healed up. They dropped 4 models, but it's not that big of a deal. They've still got plenty of room on the remaining models to get a little bit of healing in. Plus, the frontline fight should be fairly easy over on this number 3 objective for the time being. Plague Ogres, as well as the Marauder Great Weapons, should be able to beat up on the Dowie Warriors. Bile Trolls moving in. Giant Slayers are going to be a little bit of a danger here. for everything involved for Nurgle, I mean, honestly, what you probably want to do against the Giant Slayers is just have the Nurglings trot up into those guys and lock them down as long as possible. Don't really need to commit to much else. Final boss probably wants to rotate the Plague Drones and the Bile Trolls around the battlefield up onto the number 3, because the Bolt Throwers are going to have a lot of trouble actually hitting targets that are on this objective. Not really going to find a whole lot of success that way. If you just sit in the pocket here, the Bolt Throwers, if they want to shoot this, are going to have to pull back, actually, and get set up in this little area here. Otherwise, they're going to be firing into the pillars. They've got a little bit of a avenue to open up here, but really nothing spectacular. Bile Trolls in range of the Bolt Throwers and really getting hammered right now. Taking a lot of unnecessary damage. Don't do what I did in my fumble against the Skaven and not check artillery ranges. Definitely want to be a little bit more discerning about when and where you're taking that scrap, and leaving your units to just post up. Grim Delvers with a beautiful volley, just macerating the poor Bile Trolls. Good value there. Grim Delvers, though, get hit by a Kugath Loogie, and then you get a really good engage from the Furies. Going to clean up the Grim Delvers fairly quickly, I think. Slayer Pirates get charged down by the Plague Drones. Honestly, Kugath needs to be up in this fight, in my opinion. If he can get up in here, he can leech down the Giant Slayers with his Mortis engine. You do need to keep Nurglings on top of him, though. The Nurgling healing that he can throw out is pretty nice. I mean, it's a 0.2 heal per second, and Nurglings do have quite a bit of HP. Just for how cheap they are. 8,400 HP is a fair amount. Definitely going to be pretty decent to have a Mortis Engine blob just sitting on the number 3. Boss is going to be moving in now. Jack with a fairly good defensive position here with the Longbeards. Holding up the Marauder. Great weapons. And some Nurglings and Bile Trolls. Bile Trolls on their last legs here. I don't envision them lasting more than a couple more seconds. One more volley from the Bolt Throwers should push them off the field. Ekron's Miners are scrapping against Nurglings and a Beast of Nurgle. Beast of Nurgle actually putting some pretty good damage down right now. Rallying Bile Trolls coming in to clean these guys up. You got the Grim Delvers pushed off, it seems. Don't see them anywhere on the field. They probably routed off already. Oh, here they are. They're shattered. Slayer Pirates all over the place right now, though. There's 3 of them out on the field, including the long-drawing Slayer Pirates. And the Plague Drones and the Furies in a little bit of a rough position right now. Plague Drones very low on HP. Getting shot up by the Slayer Pirates and then ground down in melee combat. Slayer Pirates are not amazing in melee combat, but they do throw out enough damage that they can kill low armor units like this at the very least. And then they can use their AP missiles to poke at whatever else is available for them to focus down. So just get rid of these Plague Drones and then get yourself a nice little Slayer Pirate Concave and shoot up the Bile Trolls, and then maybe just keep Kugath from engaging and getting that Mortis engine going. Plague Ogres come back out. They've got 1,400 value, which is nice. Not a whole lot of push through on the front line fights, though, for Final Boss. Really struggling to get after the Bolt Throwers. They have gotten tremendous value here. 800 on one, 14 on the other. Just helping the Longbeards in their engagements. One Longbeard here is about to break. You definitely want something to replace this unit so that your opponent doesn't have a bunch of infantry in your back line all of a sudden. Some Miners and Dowie Warriors reinforcing that point. Really good summons priority from Jack here. And Nurgle is struggling to find value with Kugath. He's gotten 1,400 value. All of that's from his shooting, though. Dowie don't have a very good cap situation, though. I will say that. They've been in a defensive posture pretty much the entire game. And now Kugath is situated with his Mortis engine going, and the Giant Slayers have been ground down here. Every last one of them is dead and gone. Thoric is trying to hold with a couple of Longbeards. The Slayer Pirates are being ripped up by the Furies currently. Really nice engaged in the Bile Trolls as well. Finding the Long-Drawn Slayer Pirates, keeping them occupied and shut down so that Kugath has time to work with here. Pestigors up in the fight, Plague Ogres assisting as well. I don't know what kind of magic you've got going for Nurgle here, but probably just dropping some streams of corruption to wear out the miners with their blasting charges wouldn't be a bad call. Kugath actually pushing away. Maybe going to be getting up onto the miners here. Trying to keep them from ruining the Pestigor's sense of self here would be pretty nice for Nurgle. It's not really required. They've got a pretty decent hold on the number 2. Or on the number 3, I should say. I'm a little worried about the pushback from the Dowie here, though. They're up on the home objective of Nurgle now. The front line for Nurgle just didn't really get a whole lot done over here. Understand the unease from the artillery getting really good value against you, but they're almost out of ammunition. If you just leave them be for the time being and just keep reinforcing your back point with cap weight, you can probably get an objectives-based victory here. Thorax on the run. The Beast of Nurgle has been really decent. It's got 304 value. It's also just providing a nice little single-entity bulwark here. That's also, oh, not terror-causing. Doesn't cause terror. Just the fear. Still lowering leadership and debuffing the melee attack and speed. Immune to flanking is a really nice effect as well. Does mean that when it's fighting on top of multiple infantry units, it doesn't take any extra damage from being surrounded, which is pretty massive. Demon Spew coming in, Marauders with their great weapons rallying and looking to chase down these poor miners who are being terror-routed off the field by Kugath. Brutal point-blank Loogie of Doom right into the back of that miner, chunking them down. Kugath has been used very patiently here, and it's paying off huge dividends in the late game. 2,500 value on them. Pestigors and Plague Drones helping Nurgle hold on to the number 2 for the time being. A lot of bodies over here for the Dwarves now. You do have the Tears of Nurgle going off. Doesn't really matter. It's not like Dowie are going to be disengaging anyways. They're already slow as dirt. Can the Frolickers Bubonic get here before this objective flips? It does not look like it, but I think that the number 3 is firmly held enough by Nurgle that they should be able to grind this out. Just make sure that you keep all these units on the point. Don't move off of it under any circumstances whatsoever, and maybe you'll be able to find some success regaining your foothold in the number 2 here. Good volleys from the Grimdelvers, though. Hammering the poor Plague Drones. The Plague Drones have been pretty, I don't know, man. I haven't really seen Plague Drones do well in pretty much any of the games that I've seen people try to include them in. Which is definitely a bit of a problem. You'd really like to see them get a little bit more value, a little more easily and consistently than they seem to. Giant Slayers in a fight against the Plague Ogres and the Beast of Nurgle now. Definitely going to be chewing up the Pestigors as well, as they're not really engaged against the Giant Slayers. They're trying to finish up this miner unit. You can see the Dowie with their cheap and durable cap weight getting back up on the number 3. Starting to flip that, but it looks like it's going to be a tap out for the Dowie. Damn, Jack just didn't have enough time to get the objectives here at the end of the game. You could have gotten the recap here, but Nurgle was going to retake their home objective, and it was still triple cap territory, so I understand the tap out. Really close game, though. 1,800 and 2,000 value on the bolt throwers. Sometimes ignoring artillery is the way to go. I mean, they did the heavy lifting for the dwarves here. None of the other Dowie units were really all that impactful, and if it's your artillery doing the majority of the work, this is often the outcome. The Dowie don't suffer from it nearly as bad as some other factions like Grand Cathay does, but it is something that can still be a little bit of an issue for them. It's usually bolt throwers that suffer from that. The cannons are, like, way more consistent, in my experience, at being able to work it down. Tingus, you try. Oh my god, no, dude. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Hey, look, it worked the one time and it was glorious, man. It caught me completely off guard. I was just way too slow responding to moving Bellicor out of the way of the magic, and you just, I mean, roasted the shit out of him. Let's watch Riz here. Up against Moonlander Games. We've got Marcus Wolfhart, rocking up with some war wagons and cannons and huntsmen into the dwarves. This is about as bad of a Legendary Lord matchup as you're going to run into, I think. Riz should have a very favorable series of engagements against this. The Dowie Artillery is going to be able to keep the war wagons at bay. We'll see how the Hammer of the Witches and the Great Cannons do. I'm a little worried about them. There is a lot of Dowie artillery, but it's only one cannon as opposed to two for the Empire. But the bolt throwers could move forward, and they're very good at killing other artillery units. Or you could just use them to hit the war wagons. War wagons immediately taking wicked damage from the cannon. One shot makes contact and just chunks down the entire unit. A couple Goblobber shots coming in, and one of them makes contact with the war wagon here, but you should definitely move the Goblobber forward a little bit. Or honestly, just keep it where it is and just hammer the Huntsmen when they become visible. Cannon continuing to drop shots here. Bugman's Rangers opening up, but they don't make contact with the war wagons. They're able to get away. They've still got 4 models, but they're on death's bed. One of them is, at least, already. All of these models are in danger of dropping fairly quickly here. More Goblobber shots, still making contact with the war wagons. Pretty impressed that it's able to land in that consistently. Another cannon volley. One war wagon does go down. A few more chips in on the other units. The Empire's so pushed back right now. They really don't have great answers for the heavy armor that the Dowie are throwing up. Plus, the Bugmans are just really durable missile units. It's a lot of blobbing here. You gotta be really careful of stuff like this. You want to make sure that your missile units are fairly well spaced out. Either, like, get them all out here on the flank like this, or you can just keep them up in the middle. The nice little box of them layered up so that you can throw down some volleys whenever your opponent tries to close the gap. Quarrelers being summoned out on the side of the map here and kind of being forgotten about. Definitely need to move in. 1,800 supplies in the bank for the Dowie. For what the Empire has out in the field, you probably just want to pull forward a bunch of Dowie warriors and continue to slow push with the Bugman's Rangers. They're continuing to put pressure on the war wagons. War wagons continuing to fall back. Very low on HP. 3 models apiece on these units. Just a few more volleys, and they'll probably just immediately start to drop down to nothingness. Good volleys coming in here from the Hockland Long Rifles, putting a little bit of pressure on the Bugmans. They do have liquid fortification, giving them a little bit of healing, nothing too significant, but also it's going to add up over time. It's making it so that the Empire's got to focus both the Hocklands over here for the time being, and it could allow the Dowie to push up the blasting charges and clean up some of the Huntsmen, perhaps. A little worried about Otto, though. The artillery support is doing fairly well, but the bolt thrower has been forgotten about, and it hasn't really been shooting for very long. Goblobber throwing down some boulders up onto, looks like the Sigmar Sun's not really the best option. You want to get that discouraged effect, hammering against the Spearmen and the Huntsmen. Definitely the best option. Belagar with some pretty good damage going down on the Light Wizard, and the Light Wizard also getting hit by the cannon here. Trying to pull away, and Belagar is just really solid. He's got 5,900 HP. He's obviously been eating a lot of damage. Somehow staying in this game, though. Artillery for the Empire has been pretty low impact. What is going on with the Hammer of the Witches here? He's like bugged out and facing the wrong direction currently. I don't think Moonlander's clocked that yet. Slayers looking to help against the Empire Knights, but Empire Knights have shut down one of the Bugmans here. Slayers are a little too slow to catch these guys, and even then, they're still fairly vulnerable to getting cycle charged. Just because they're so low armor, the shock damage from Empire Knights is pretty significant with their charge bonus. Can be a real pain in the ass for the dwarves. Cannon taking out a few of their own guys, but also taking down some of the Empire Knights. Leadership looking a little flimsy for the Empire Knights, who are way too deep in the back line at this stage of the game now. You've got all the Slayers collapsing on them at the current moment. Definitely want to get something out to maybe save this cannon, but a very lucky break on this Empire Knight here. Running before they're able to charge in with the support of the other. This cannon crew's probably going to go down still, though. It's got 1,100 value, which is nice, but you really do want to have some answers to the Hocklands now. Hammer the Witch is finally getting active. Trollhammer torpedoes moving up. Not really super efficient into Huntsman, but it will be decent damage nonetheless. You just want to have big bursts of chunking damage going down on these guys, but they should be able to take a decent number of them offline in short order. Hocklands are going to be focusing the Iron Drakes. You finally get the Goblobber active against the Hocklands. You can see how quickly it's debuffing that leadership down to dangerous levels. The minus 16 leadership on the artillery is pretty crazy also, because it's stacking on top of the innate minus 10 that artillery imbues onto units. You can see a minus 26. Very quick, even against a decent leadership faction like the Empire, can start to cause some serious problems in short order. War Wagons rallying, 2 of them left, and they're rear charging through the Dowie Warriors currently. Light Magic is the option here for the Empire. I really don't see Netza Amatok being too good into the Dwarves. Moonlander is doing a good job of keeping this missile core alive, but the front line is just non-existent now for the Empire. The Empire Knights are going to run out of room to maneuver eventually as more and more Slayers, and then also some more shooting comes out. Cannon crew actually able to survive here. Empire Knights get peeled off by some Slayers. Definitely want to go recrew those artillery pieces, and then you can use them to just bully the Hocklands. Hocklands against artillery fall off really bad. They are not going to be able to do a whole lot. Belagar actually dies over here to the charge of the Empire Knights. So, leadership going to be a little bit more on the cusp for the Dowie. I don't think it'll be too big of an issue, though. They, on the whole, are just insanely resilient on the leadership front. I mean, Dowie Warriors having 70 leadership for, what, 450 gold, I believe, is pretty wild. You've got Slayers, obviously, that you can lean on. Bugman's Rangers also have pretty good leadership. As long as you can post up and shoot the Empire off of this middle objective, you should be able to win this game, even though you've lost your Lord and you're down a little bit in the value department. Archer's getting really lucky. A couple of boulders passing right over their heads. You can see a couple of these guys not so lucky, especially this poor guy. I don't even want to know where the other half of them might be. Goblobber with 1100 value. It's not the best performance from it, but it's solid enough, I suppose. Especially since you're unsummoning it. You get about 400 supplies back in the bank. Slayer's chasing around some Empire Knights. Moonlander's made some pretty good plays. It remains to be seen, though, if the Empire is going to be able to lock this game down from here. Doomseeker's dying in the back line. Very little impact on this game. Only 500 value out of these dudes. Last one going down to the Swordsman here. Empire gets the cap on the middle. On a really good charge from the Empire Knights onto the Slayers, man. Great retreat from the Knights of the Black Rose as well. Immediately finding another avenue of attack for them would be worthwhile here. You could charge this other Slayer, pull back, and then maybe look to hammer down the Quarrelers on the high ground here. Good net of Amontok. Wow, locking down the Dowie Warriors and the Slayers. Actually, that's the net from Wolfric, or from Marcus Wolfhart, not Wolfric. Some of the names get a little too similar-ish. Slayer's trying to close the gap. If they can get on top of the Huntsman and the Hawkland Long Rifle, it's going to be GG for the Empire, because even at this very tattered state that they're in, the Slayers are a very high damage output unit with their weapon strength, and Hawklands have no melee defense to survive the Fury here. Sigmar's Sons are going to be able to save the other Hawkland Long Rifle over here, but losing the firepower from these units does mean that the Dowie Warriors and the Slayers getting up on the objective now are going to be very easily supported by what remains of the missile line. Bugman's and a Trollhammer Torpedo waiting in the wings. Gets a nice volley off on the Knights of the Black Rose. They do get charged for their efforts, but the unit completely pushes past the Trollhammers. And now with the Dragonback Slayers out, maybe you can just motor these guys over and finish up the remainder of this unit. There's not a lot to do with this Empire Knight here. I mean, they're so beat up that they actually end up routing in their fight against the Cannon Crew. Cannon Crew is probably not going to rally. We'll see about it. They may be able to come back in. If Belegar were to come out in the next couple of minutes, they could probably rally. But instead, we see some more miners coming up just to get cap weight onto the number 2 objective. Empire running out of ammo on the Hawklands, which is really painful. The cannons have been very, very lackluster this game. They have not been hitting shots at all. You can see them getting about as good of an opportunity as you can ask for here. Enfilading fire down the length of a very expensive missile piece. And they've just been firing over the heads of these guys for the last minute or two, it seems. Swordsmen scrapping with the Bugmans. Not really a bad fight for Bugman's Rangers, honestly. They've got fairly sustainable stats. They could actually push the Swordsmen back here. And then you can get the reinforcements out onto the other side of these fights and maybe collapse the flank of the Empire here. Dragonback Slayers could even do an end run up into the artillery. You do have the Lightcaster coming back out, though. I imagine there are nets of Amontok, so just staying safe on the middle here and grinding out an objective-based win is definitely the way that the Dowie are leaning right now. See the Sigmar's Sons taking some serious damage. Swordsmen collapsing into this fight, but obviously Unbreakable units don't really care about the situation they're in. They'll just continue to hold and chip away at what remains of the Empire's front line. Empire Knights looking to maybe go for a cap onto the back objective here. Dowie don't have anything defending the number 3 currently. You could probably get a miner out here in a moment. Belagar actually comes out onto the field. So leadership going to be a little bit less of an issue now. Dragonback Slayer's taking some horrible damage. I presume from one of the cannons? Doesn't actually seem like it. The Hawkland long rifles are poking them from the high ground over here. Man, the Hawklands have been putting in all the work, but the cannons have been such a letdown, and because of the over-investment into missiles, it was kind of forced by the Legendary Lord option for Moonlander. This is just a little bit of an unfortunate build roulette here. And kind of like an SFT in a nutshell. Being forced into bad matchups is never ideal. Add into the mix that you're having to bring a lot of fairly inefficient units outside of the Hawklands. You're gonna have a pretty rough time of it. I don't really know how the Empire wins this matchup, honestly. Especially with the War Wagon inclusion.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I'm not sure if there's another option available for the Empire, but I imagine just about anything would be a better choice. Maybe if you could do the Black Lion's Hellblaster Volley Gun War Wagon might not be a bad idea. Or you could do double War Wagons with the mortars. Okay, that's probably how you get some work done here. That's a little bit of a live and learn situation, though. Great Cannons continuing to be ineffectual here. Hammer of the Witches with 700 value. Woo-wee! Good stuff. The Great Cannon over here. Not doing too much better. Only 1,000 value for all the effort it's put in this game. Dowie actually lose the middle objective. The Empire has a little bit of an opportunity here, but Dowie are recapping the number 3. They definitely need to just summon a wave of miners out so that they can bunch up on the number 3 objective and close this game down. Empire Knights trying to cap, but not enough of them here. The War Wagon's causing a little bit of mayhem in the middle, and we got another Empire Knight going for the end run to get the number 3, but the cap is going to come in for the Dowie. Otto is a little slow getting some units out in this desperation hold kind of situation. You really need the bodies up on the objective right now. Dragonback Slayer, literally one dude left, and he gets karate chopped by the Light Wizard, actually. Comes in with his cane and just smacks him over the back of the head. Poor buddy got knocked out here. Actually got his head taken off. I thought he had it because you can see his little ponytail is still just laying out there for everybody to see. Slayer's moving to the number 3, but you only got 4 seconds that you need to hold. The Empire doesn't have the cap weight here, and that's going to be a very close-fought victory for Otto. Definitely a few things the Dowie could have done to make this game a little bit easier on themselves, but they did clutch the win out here ultimately. Their artillery line was just way better. I mean, the Empires are already got 1,700 value. Bolt thrower with 1,500, Cannon with 13, Goblobber did come out 2 times, but got 2,000 value, and being able to unsummon it, getting the rebate, you can add another like 400 value onto that functionally. Since it gave time for the Dowie to summon something else out in good order. Hawklands doing all the heavy lifting here. 1,323 and 1,484. Empire Knights were okay. Knights of the Black Rose fell off a little bit. And the Huntsmen were also pretty bad. They really did not pay for themselves at all. Marcus got 1,200. Light Wizard was a little low impact too. Is he forced? Is he a forced inclusion? Now you just need the Huntsman and the War Wagons, so I would probably bring a Heaven's Caster with your Rainin's Thunderbolt. You can hit the artillery with the Uranins, and then you can also use that to punish Dowie melee units, which are already kind of an issue for the Empire to deal with. Any blobbed up positions you can kind of hammer in with the magic and maybe break it down a little bit more efficiently. I think that'd be the way to go for the future. Dragon Princes, and 2 Swordmasters of Hoeth with a Life Priest and Imric on his big old dragon. He's got Starlance and Lord of Dragons here. No Horn. He doesn't have his Vuvuzela of Doom. That's okay, though. He's still got some pretty good options available here. Cygor advancing forward. You got triple Bestigor herd. 1 Centigore and 2 Harpies. The Harpies and the Cygor are the required units for this game. Malagor's going to be rocking Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe. He'll just be proccing those all game. Preferably hitting the Dragon Princes with it. And then he's just going to run away from Imric all game. Imric is probably going to want to get on top of the Cygor as quickly as possible. Although Sons of Gora is coming out very early. Good summon from Ash. Both of these guys are mainly land battle players. You can see them kind of waiting in the wings and looking for some opportunities. Cygor with a pretty good bowler right out the gate. Does hit the Swordmasters of Hoeth, chunking them down. 16 models off of that unit already. Cygor with some great accuracy here early on. Pestigors are boxing up on the number 2 objective. Dragon Princes and Silverhelms going to get a really good flank charge off. Rider of Rohan with an amazing engage, but a beautiful punish with the Flock of Doom upgraded here. But another, just so many layers here. Layers upon layers coming in. You get the Flock of Doom in response to the sandwich with the cavalry. And then on top of that, you get the Earthblood to counter the damage from Flock of Doom. You get the Terror Route going down on the Bestigors from Imric. Look how quickly that infantry unit got folded up by the High Elves here. Cygor continuing to bully the other Swordmaster of Hoeth, though. Really good intercept from the Dragon Princes onto the Razorgore Chariots. Razorgore Chariots are very expensive. Very high impact unit into elite infantry. But taken apart at the seams. Record time here. Looks pretty dominant for Rider of Rohan right now. A lot of the damage has been healed up, really. Silverhelm's engaged on the Sons of Goros. Not going to be a super easy win for the Sons of Goros. And the Dragon Prince is able to get into this fight in record time because of the quick responses. And good micro from our High Elf player. Dominant performance so far. Ash is falling so far behind on the value. And bye-bye, Sons of Goros. You get another Flock of Doom being countered by more Earthbloods. I think this is going to be probably the shortest game we've seen so far. Bestigor herds brutalized by the Swordmasters here. Cygor is looking to continue putting down damage, but I don't know if it's going to be able to do a whole lot once Imric finds it. Imric should have a pretty good opportunity here to engage that poor, lonely little single entity. Ash's army is basically gone. There's nothing left out here, really. Centigores get hammered by some Illyrian Reavers. You've also got Silverhelms responding to help out against the Harpies. The mobility game has swung so far in the favor of the High Elves. And with just Malagor and a Cygor, you're pretty much cooked here. I really don't know what Ash is going to be able to do to get back in this one. The heals are going to continue to come in. Earthbloods aplenty, very healthy Dragon Princes. Even the Illyrian Reavers and the Silverhelms here have a decent number of models available to throw some heals on top of. You also got the Starwood Staff, so you've just got an absurd amount of healing available to you, man. There's really nothing that the High Elves are going to be able to do here, or the Beastmen are going to be able to do against the High Elves, I think. Centigores crushing an Illyrian Reaver in the head-up fight. Centigores are a wicked strong unit. They fall off really bad against armor, though, which is why the Silverhelms and the Dragon Princes are definitely going to be the tools to lean on here for the remainder of this game. Usually, this is like the late game end goal for the Beastmen, is just tons of Centigores out on the field, and you try and fall back on the sustainability of these guys with their Perfect Vigor and Primal Fury, keeping them nice and quick and maneuverable and just punishing out-of-position units. But with your opponent able to anchor on some elite infantry in the middle, and with all of the mobility that they've got out on the field, I don't know how you're going to be able to grind this back. Emmerich is beating up on the Cygor, but pulls away now. Silverhelm's actually getting charged down by the Butchers of Kalkengard. A bit of a unfortunate retreat path there for those guys. Breath attack going down on the Centaurs of Tzeentch, but not finding any purchase there. They do peel out pretty quickly. Over here, though, Centaurs go down. You got all the Illyrian Reavers and some more Silverhelms and Dragon Princes looking to close the net on the Beastmen here. Butchers of Kalkengard are available. I don't know how they're going to do with Emmerich able to support this fight here. Lord of Dragons goes down as well in the Butchers, lowering their stats down to basically nothing. I mean, the melee attack is at 4. Melee defense at 32 is not abysmal, but certainly a little bit lackluster when faced with the shock damage that's available for the High Elves here. Honestly, Rider of Rohan is in such a dominant position that he really should just force path all of his cavalry forward and just spawn check all of the remaining Beastmen units. Silverhelm's engaged against the Butchers of Kalkengard. Going to be struggling really badly here. And just getting iced by the Silverhelms right now. Oh my god. Emmerich landing on top of them. 1,500 value on Emmerich. Not super high impact on him. It's really been the other mobile elements of the High Elves army that have really been the selling point. They've done a lot of work here. I mean, Dragon Princes with 1,800 value. Silverhelms with close to 1,500. You got 650 on the Silverhelms here, and the Dragon Prince unit here is just chipping away at the Cygor. They've got close to 1,000. Plenty of room to get some heals. Emmerich moving over to finish up the big single entity. And that's going to be a tap out from Ash. Brutal game. Oh my god, dude. Ow, jeez. High Elves just proving some serious stones here. Leaving nothing to chance and just going for the full mobility build on the back end with some Rangers available to help out. Honestly, not a bad build whatsoever. Very well suited for countering the Beastmen here. The Bestigors just don't stack up well against something like Swordmasters of Hoeth. It's gutsy going for such a small army. But look, man, I mean, execution is what it's all about, and every single game, it seems, where people are bringing these really small elite armies, whenever they're able to find isolations on their opponent's units, just the fact that your opponent doesn't have that much room to maneuver away from you is causing some big problems, because when you've got a small army, your micro is not stretched in any way whatsoever, and you can always pull back to safety of some of your really powerful units that can keep them off of you without taking too much damage. Cast any of the Red Duke players' games yet? No, I haven't, actually. I don't think they've sent me any, though. We can get in here and see about it. We got Pont doing really well so far. Or any of these Vampire Counts games. We've got, Big JP is actually in the tournament today, so let's see one of his games and see how he does. Oh, and the Greenskins, no less, with Skarsnik as the Lord option. I'm curious how he could do into, Kugath. That's gonna be a really silly fight, I imagine. So we've got JP advancing forward. Nice cushion on the unit totals here. Nice big army is almost always a safe bet for the Greenskins, just because they benefit so immensely from having the numbers advantage. You get your Waws off in good order. You can grind down your opponent with a minimal investment into any one thing that might get taken out, especially against the demon factions that can do some pretty horrendous damage with some very well-placed shots from something like Kugath or the Soul Grinder. Something like Black Orcs would be a little bit risky here, I think. River Troll Hag, just waddling around. Squigherds get hit by a Loogie from Old Kugath. Ruglets should probably be the priority. They're definitely one of the more dangerous and cost-effective units available to the Greenskins here. Hitting the River Troll Hag is not really worth it. I don't know if he was actually shooting at her or if it was just a lucky hit. It just doesn't do a lot of damage to single entities. So, focusing down these infantry in the front line and just weakening them so that the Plague Bearers and the Nurglings can trade a little bit better is probably the way to go. Bile Trolls waiting right behind the Nurgling front line should definitely form a nice little pocket of mutual support. These guys do lower speed and leadership, plus their stomach, or not stomach acid, the Corrosive Bile. I got them flipped. Corrosive Bile lowers melee defense by 6. It should help, definitely against the Savage Orcs. Savage Orcs have really bad melee defense, so them going down to 14 melee defense means that Nurglings can actually put some damage in on those guys through the Fizz Res, and then you've got decent pool of HP to continue grinding after all is said and done from that point. Morgrove's Mangy Marauders looking to shoot Kugath a little bit. He takes a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. The Rugloods are out on the flank here, looking to get set up, and they'll probably be poking in against the Frolickers Bubonic, or maybe the Bile Trolls if they want to move forward a little bit more. Looks like JP is going to be taking the shots against the Bile Trolls. Should wear them down pretty quickly. Rugloods have pretty good missile strength. Add on to the fact that they're an ROR with a lot of accuracy, and you can see very quickly these Bile Trolls starting to get hammered here. Dive coming in from Final Boss with the Furies, and a good response with the Squigherd. Squigherd's going to chew Furies up, man. I mean, the perfect counter unit. Cheap, affordable, anti-infantry with a good bonus, nonetheless. And a bonus versus infantry of 11 is very quickly going to overwhelm the mediocre melee defense of the Chaos Furies. Squigherds being engaged on. Oh, fermented fungi is the reason why. Actually, forcing the Furies to the ground so that the Night Goblin archers don't get collapsed on, and then collapsing from both sides, and the Squigherds able to take those guys out fairly fast. Furies over here get back up in the air, and the frontline fight looking like it's going Nurgle's way already. One Nurgling is going down. They don't hold up too well against aggressive infantry. A little surprised that they're doing this badly, but they do have the Night Goblins just wailing away from a distance against them, so it's definitely racking up a decent amount of value for JP, this missile line. The forced dives from Nurgle and the punishes on them has netted a substantial value lead already right out the gates. Kugath is still getting poked down here. Rusty Air is putting a little pressure on him, it seems. Yeah, about 647 value on those guys. Good stream of corruption through the front line here. Savage Orcs getting pounded. But the Bile Trolls are nowhere to be seen. They got pushed off really early. Now rallying and trying to come back out, but Kugath is going to have to do way too much heavy lifting. And there's so many missiles out on the field now. That's how you kill Kugath every single time, if you can. You just don't want to engage this guy in melee combat. He's got 14,000 HP. He's got a lot of melee defense. He's got a ton of weapon strength, fairly good melee attack. You can drop down Virulent Contagion, which is pretty punishing, plus any heals that Kugath might be dropping on himself, like Fleshy Abundance. I'm pretty sure heals about 3,000 HP on Kugath, maybe even more. Maybe closer to 4,000. I mean, he just gets so much help out of the percentage-based healing. We got Forsaken pushing up into the Rusty Airs, maybe with some shutdowns on the Night Goblin Archers. We can see a little bit of a pushback from Final Boss here, but the momentum is looking very unfavorable. You got Broken Tusk Mob charging down the Bile Trolls, doing a great job of hammering those guys right now. 600 value on them. The Bile Trolls here with a whopping 200. Looking really mediocre right now. Barons the Bog out on the field, going to be a nice, annoying unit that the Greenskins are going to have to work around. But I think with the Focus Fire and then some timely charges from the Boarcav here, they shouldn't have too big of an issue. Frolicker's Bubonic in under this fight with some decent value. The Blisterback is just really good. Melee damage reflection plus extra leadership and a heal means that they tend to stick around and just provide incredible value as they blow themselves up in combat. Plague Bearers, double Plague Bearer up on the #1 objective, but plenty of bodies here for the Greenskins. Just get your nice little concave and continue to poke away. JP's doing a really good job of parrying almost all of the Nurgle pressure. There's a little bit of pushback here, but Kugath is just looking so beat up right now. Can't really afford to drop a heal on just himself. What you probably want to do is just pull Kugath into this fight and then drop an Overcast Fleshy Abundance if you have the WOM for it, and heal up as much of your army as possible. You've got a lot of units here with a decent number of models remaining, so the healing would be very efficient right now, especially on the Barons of the Bog. They're starting to drop models, which is ugly. They really cannot afford to get pursued here by the Boar Cavalry either, because the AP damage and weapon strength that they have is going to chip these guys down very effectively. They're down to 19 models, continuing to drop lower and lower. You've got the Night Goblin Archers and the Rugloods? Where are the Rugloods at? Oh, they're being routed out here. Looks like they've been bullied a little bit by the shooting from Kugath. It's just 4 Night Goblin Archers poking away at all the Plague Bearers that remain. You do have the Furies doing a little bit of diving, but they're just, you know, beleaguered and not really going to find a whole lot of success without infantry support and opportunities to dive units that don't have any mobile support to hammer away at the Furies. Throwing axes coming up. Hammering the Squig Herds, trying to hang on to that #2 objective. Nurgle's able to break them over here, but the middle objective is going to be getting really scary in a few moments. There's really not much that Nurgle's going to be able to do to hang on to this, I think. River Troll Hag is going to be able to walk over, and she could throw down a Purple Son of Xerius on all of the units here. It would be really useful for clearing out not just the Furies, but the Pestigors and the remaining Plague Bearers here. The units here do get folded up. Not really going to have that opportunity just yet, but a Giant on its way in. With Skarzanik should be able, with the River Troll Hag, to start capping up this #3 point. Night Goblins moving in. JP is banking about 1,500 supplies. I'm wondering what he's planning on bringing in. Oh, just like a massive tide of Squig Herd. Gonna be the answer. I mean, I guess that's gonna be pretty useful. They'll be able to clear out a lot of the infantry at the very least. Also hammer any Furies that try to land in on the missile line, but, you know, but all of the Night Goblin Archers don't really have any support here right now. Skarzanik's not going to be able to do enough DPS to clear those guys out. The Giant is fighting all alone against Kha'Zix the Befouled now. You do finally get the Purple Son of Xerius being dropped here. Gonna hammer the Pestigores, deleting them pretty instantaneously. Giant into Kha'Zix. I'm curious who wins that fight. I think the Giant is gonna lose to Kha'Zix eventually. It depends, though. If he gets super tired, if he gets tired out really quickly, Kha'Zix's melee defense is going to come into play and make it very difficult for the Giant to make contact, while Kha'Zix is going to chip away at the 30 melee defense very effectively. Kugath looks like he healed himself up with a fleshy abundance, so we've got a head-to-head fight here. Kugath against a Giant now. Giant not going to be winning this, I don't think. There's not a whole lot it's going to be able to do against Kugath's melee defense. You can see him getting the benefit of Cloud of Flies now. Well up over the threshold for the Giant currently. Slime Trail's also doing a little bit of debuffing on the melee attack front. You do get a Spirit Leech going down. You got Boar Boy Biggins coming in to try and kill Kugath. It's not worth trying to attack the throwing axes. You just pull away with as final boss if your opponent wants to try and collapse on those guys. And you can just fill them full of throwing axes as you run away. Because they'll never catch you. You've got the poison, you got the AP. There's a lot of damage that these throwing axes can put out. Barons of the Bog getting shot to pieces. Looking like porcupines out here with all the arrows that are being focused on them. Squidherds get a rear charge. Final boss is looking a little out of sorts here. It's understandable considering the situation. Not throwing in the towel just yet, but we've got a huge wave of Savage Orcs moving in to get the number 3. The Giant is just occupying attention out here. Slapping up some of the Marauder Horsemen in the process. That 100 leadership on these Giants, man. Stupidly durable for 1400 value. They can definitely value trade, but it's just really hard for them. Especially against the Chaos factions when there's a Horseman around. They're just so vulnerable to the throwing axes. They can't do a damn thing about it either. Boar Boy is continuing to attack Kugath, and another Spirit Leech going down from the River Troll Hag. That's a really good the magic option here for JP. River Troll Hags don't have great leadership. It's 55, which is okay. They're not going to provide you a ton of value in melee combat because their stats are fairly poor, but the death magic into expensive characters is almost always the way to go, man. Spirit Leech is just so damn effective. Always has been, probably always will be. Definitely leaves you in a pretty advantaged state 9 times out of 10 when you're able to just wear out some big, scary, expensive demon lord like this without really any investment into melee contact with him. Poison and wounds, getting Kugath quite low on the weapon strength. He's just, you know, using his little mobility scooter to try and scoot away. Bile Trolls engaged on the Savage Orcs. Not a bad fight for Nurgle here. The tickets are really close. JP needs to actually cap the final point here that Nurgle has available. The number 2 objective needs to be taken. You get another Spirit Leech going down. Kugath down to 1817. 1675 HP left for Kugath. A really good timed charge from the Broken Tusk Mob. Or a couple volleys from the Night Goblins would be able to take him down, but looks like the Forsaken are actually able to clean up the remaining Night Goblin archers. And it's just a full press from JP with the Savage Orcs currently. Giant River Troll Hag looking to get onto the back of this fight and could cause some leadership problems for the Bile Troll. They don't have great leadership at 50. It's better than most troll units, but still really poor, all things considered. Making sure that they're focused on the surround from your units is a good way of maybe getting a lucky break here. Good Fecundity comes out, but Kugath is crumbling. Brutal loss here, potentially. Rallies at the last moment, but still fighting on top of Cavalry and Savage Orcs. Dropping HP very consistently here. What is going on with poor Kugath? Dude, the Savage Orc's really wearing him out that bad? Oh my god.
Glorious. You
Kugath
have
is
killed
gonna
our
go
enemy
down
lord.
here, and that's gonna leave the Bile Trolls with very little to work with on the leadership front. Down to 0, barely hanging on, 8 leadership, wavering, rallying up a little bit, but there's nothing really to support them outside of this Pestigore unit. The Pesties could get hammered by some Savage Orcs from JP, but the press for the final point here coming in full throat. Greenskin's desperately going for the back cap. Savage Orcs need to be maneuvering over there. More Boarboy Biggins advancing up. Looks like the character and the one Savage Orc unit is actually able to keep the caps favorable on the number 3 objective for the Greenskins right now. They desperately need a hold here. I mean, the Savage Orc unit putting in the work of the Dark Gods, and the Bile Trolls actually lose their nerve here and are gonna be routing, and that might leave the Pestigores in the same position in just a moment. River Troll Hag getting a rear charge, or just a side charge onto this Pestigore could break their leadership in a moment here. And there you go, down to -9, rallying up to 2. But the missile fire from the rallying Rusty Airs, enough to break the leadership. Every little bit counts, guys. And that's... Oh my god. No, JP running out of time here. Not having enough to be able to get this back point. The Nurgling Tide's coming in and actually forcing a concede from JP. Taking a little too long to get the points back. Really unfortunate loss, dude. Oh my god. You hate to see it. Got some more replays. Let's get into them. What a freaking hold by Final Boss. I mean, on the back foot for a lot of that game, but some very well-timed late game pushes actually able to keep them around just long enough to be able to grind it out on the objectives, man. The value out of the Night Goblin Archer line in the Rugloods was incredible. But the Savage Orcs got folded up a little bit. Scarsidic did absolutely nothing, which I think is the biggest problem. 134 value on Scarsidic is big ouch town, dude. You don't want to see that at all. River Troll Hag was nice. Maybe a more focused effort on killing Kugath quicker would have been a good call, but it's a lot to ask. Oh, the Snackle! Oh my god, I don't know how I missed the Bolt Thrower. The Bolt Thrower with 3,000 value sitting in the trees, I guess, shooting Kugath all game. Racking it up, dude. Holy crap. So sneaky I didn't even notice him, dude. Great stuff from him. Chain Lightning is pretty good. It actually does pretty effective damage against the Dowie because it has a really good AP split. Dude, I don't know how you lose that game when Snaggle's Death Throw is getting 3,000 value on your opponent's Lord, but I guess that's the power of Nurgle healing, dude. Kugath did heal cap in that game. That's a very unfortunate loss. Oh my god, look at this army. Red Duke on the Dragon with a Terrorgeist and double Blood Knight opening. With 2 zombies and 1 skeleton spear here. Dude, the land battle players have absolutely no fear bringing these tiny openers, and then filling out behind that with all of the reinforcements. It's starting to look like a really consistent strategy with good micro. Might definitely be something worth looking into on a more regular basis. Definitely something I could do to kind of adjust where I'm at in terms of what my playstyle is and what I'm trying to do with a lot of my builds. Wow, look at the Changeling turning into Karanak, actually. Does not have... Yeah, doesn't have the item, so no Silence Aura, but still you you have Prey of the Blood God and Karanak's Howl. So the summon will be pretty nice for locking something on the ground, potentially. And Prey of the Blood God, similar business. Just use it on the Red Duke whenever you get the opportunity. This build, though, for Scarbrand, I'm very worried about its effectiveness into the Blood Knights. The Mutalith Vortex Beasts are pretty dangerous, but I don't know if they're going to be able to hold up under the pressure from the anti-large bonus that the Blood Knights can throw out. Just a billion zombies and a corpse cart with the lodestone going to be moving to the middle. And an early engagement up in the sky here. We've got the Red Duke scrapping against the Knights of Immolation and the Shrieking Skyrays. Now the Terrorgeist is engaged here too, so it's not too terrible for the Red Duke right now. I would not want to stay engaged here. I mean, these are both fairly strong anti-large options in the sky. And you get a Marauder Horseman of Tzeentch coming out, and could start to rack up some good value against both of these weak to fire units. The armor is decent on the Zombie Dragons and the Terrorgeist, but it's only 80 and 70 respectively, so not mitigating the full amount of damage from the base missile values on the Tzeentch throwing jabs. They can definitely put down some serious DPS. Shrieking Skyray starting to crumble, though. And the Knights of Immolation not doing too well, either. Tzeentch Furies coming out, and Blood Knights getting wrecked here in the middle a little bit, taking a lot of damage. Mutalith Vortex Beast with about 900 value, really not putting in that big of a performance. How are the Blood Knights not doing better here? They're honestly struggling pretty horribly. It looks like it's going to be a very early tap out from our Tzeentch player. The army is just not very well suited for this particular build. From the Vampire Counts, the call out with the Blood Knights was brilliant. The Mutalith Vortex Beast would have been good into a more standard Vampire Counts build with all the zombies and spears and corpse carts and whatnot, but here against so much anti-large, it just doesn't find any opportunity to shine. Doesn't have long enough to stay alive, and ends up getting picked apart by all the Blood Knights. Double Blood Knight ended up being really good here. 1,700 on one of them, 500 on the other. Red Duke and Terrorgeist weren't doing too great, but the damage that they put down on the flying units was gonna mean that Changebringers were never gonna be safe to bring out. You got another Terrorgeist in reserve, double Black Knights, or triple Black Knights with the Lances and Barding. Yeah, then the two Lodestones and a bunch of Skeleton Warriors with a few Fellbats waiting in the wings. What was that blue thing flying across the screen? Tzeentch's Hopes and Dreams. I fumbled with the troll build. I was wondering about the caster. I thought maybe you had something in reserve, but with all of that aggressive action coming in from the Vampire Counts, like, even if you had the caster in reserve, like, are you really going to be able to find time to summon him out? Let's watch Pont and Scarbrand play. I actually don't know who's favored in this matchup. I would imagine that Dark Elves have a pretty good time against Tzeentch for the most part, just mostly because of Scourge Runner Chariots and like Repeater Crossbows and Dark Shards and whatnot. A lot of AP missile fire that can not just hammer, like, relevant, heavily armored targets, but also stuff like the Changebringers will just melt under the withering volleys that, Scourges and the, Dark Shards can throw down. Dark Sorceress coming in with the Blade Wind and, of course, Power of Darkness just to get the WOM in the bank as quickly as possible. Just using it on herself, which isn't a bad idea. It doesn't do that much damage. Takes about 600 HP off these guys, usually. It's a little bit randomized. I mean, you can see there, it's 16 to 33 per tick. But she loses about 600 right out the rip. But she'll be okay. You probably just cast it on the Dread Spears next. That way she's not too far in the danger zone. Then you just throw Blade Wind down all game, dude. I've seen some really good value out of Blade Wind as of late. I've seen Daniken using it pretty often. It's got a big radius, and the movement speed on it is pretty low, so it's actually fairly easy to place and reliably get value out of. Scourge Runners are hammering away at the Marauders for a moment, but now they're turning their attention to the Marauder Horsemen. The Changeling turning into the Green Knight yet again and slapping up one of the Scourge Runner Chariots, throwing the Frostbite contact effect onto these poor Scourges, but they're getting back to the safety of their lines, and a beautiful shot coming in from the Bloodrack Shrine. Does have magic damage, so vicious damage on the Changeling, actually. Almost 400 HP lost on our boy here. More damage going down on the Marauders of Tzeentch. Aeson the Fallen is waiting in the wings. This Mutalith Vortex Beast seeming to be a very common choice for Skarbrand. I do like it. It's a pretty strong, you know, like pseudo character, I would even go so far as to say for these things. They've got a lot of pretty direct, spell type effects they can throw down with the Maelstrom of Change. Tides of Transformation is a pretty good little extra bit of damage. It disorientates, lowering speed, melee attack, and melee defense. Plus you get the Gift of Mutation, which gives an additional 8 melee attack. Which is kind of bit to be stacking on top of a lot of these fights. Plus you get the standard Mortis engine out of the Mutalith Vortex Beasts. Look at the damage that it's throwing down on the Cold One Knights right now, who are melting under that. Dark Shards, though, with exactly what I was expecting from them. One solid volley just chunks Aeson down by almost 1,400 HP. More shots coming in. Aeson pulling out in pretty good working order, down to about half health. Beautiful Final Chance Mutation, hammering the Scourge Runner Chariots and Rakarth, continuing to chunk away at all of these expensive skirmish tools. You got the Tier 2 army ability from Tzeentch down as well. Yeah, Akold and the Chaos Sorcerer just doing what they can here. Akold's going to be very durable, chewing on all the infantry. Bleak Swords having a lot of trouble right now. Marauders being pushed back through the Dark Elves side of the line here. I wouldn't continue chasing these guys since they're so far in. You could just bring out like a Dark Rider and get a good charge off on them, and they'll be functionally dead. They'd probably shatter, and then you can immediately maneuver elsewhere. The infantry need to move forward so that you can work on chipping down like the Shrieking Sky Rays and maybe buffering out the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch here. And give yourself a little bit of wiggle room so that you've got protection for your Black Ark Corsair Handbows and the Dark Shards here who need to get active and pushed back up. Searing Doom goes down, and I think doing a bit of a more heavily balanced amount of damage to the Shrieking Sky Rays there. I guess helping crack the remaining HP on the Scourge Runner Chariots who are being pushed off. Losing those guys is going to be very painful for our Dark Elf player. Those are very important for controlling your opponent's mobility, especially hammering down stuff like the Javelin Horsemen. Those usually do tend to falter pretty hard into Scourge Runner play. But staying very persistent here is Skarbrand. The value is favoring the Dark Elves right now. We'll see how this continues to develop. Agold's going to be a bit of an issue, plus the Green Knight. Going to be very durable foot characters, and one good terror-causing mobility piece. Bloodrack Shrine is getting pummeled right now, hasn't had a lot of time to shoot, and really the chaff clear hasn't really been all that necessary, I would say. Goes down hard to the Green Knight pressure here. Blade Wind going down, a little bit out of position in terms of the initial cast, but rotates beautifully into the Centigores. And just icing those guys out immediately. Leadership breaking on them. They're going to be retreating back through their friendly lines. Fleeing for their lives, but down goes Ricarth. I don't know where exactly he died, but poor buddy did not stand much of a chance here. He was already pretty beat up from that vicious final transmutation, and that is easily one of the most brutal Searing Dooms I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, from full to nothing on this poor Cold One Knight in just a matter of moments. And Aeson is dead, but the investment into killing him has allowed the Changeling plenty of room to maneuver. Acold has been fairly safe as a result as well. Zangor's moving into melee combat, but another brutal Blade Wind. This is why I've been seeing it so much. Chunking down these units to a third, 1/3 of their HP lost on the Zangors. Centigores lose almost half their HP. Just with those few casts, you've seen some pretty good value out of the Supreme Sorceresses. They're looking a little vulnerable now, though. The Changeling is going to be able to pressure them down. They're both on foot, and the Changeling with that Frostbite is not going to let them even get the benefit of maneuvering effectively that way. Getting a nice little rear charge there, bulldozing her onto the ground. He should get a couple swings in, and that'll be a good night for her. The Searing Dooms in the late game are swinging the value back pretty hard in the favor of Skarbrand, and without the mages, that's going to be a huge loss of momentum. Centigores of Tzeentch taking apart a Black Ark Corsair Handbow up here. Another one looking to get the flank off from the other side and kind of clutch this game out. Without the repeater crossbows on the field, you don't really have much of anything else. You've got one Dread Spear left, but a decent pocket of infantry. You got a healthy Zangor moving up, Bleak Swords capping the number 3. Centigores could respond over there and hammer them down fairly fast. Dark Elves hanging on to that point. And, we'll see how the caps develop out here. Skarbrand's going for the home objective first, which is definitely an interesting strategy. We'll see how it pays off. Scourger under Chariot's coming out, trying to help peel some of the Zangors off of what remains of their Dread Spears, but getting punished by the Centigore charges as a result. Terror Route goes down from the Changeling as well. 2,900 value on the Green Knight, quote-unquote, here. Damn good performance out of him. Centigore is going to be capping the middle objective now. They're going to get their barrier up, and then they should just go kill the Bleak Swords, unless you, I don't know, summon out like a Zangor or something over here. There's a lot of things that you can do as Skarbrand to kind of ice this game out. It's pretty well in hand right now. Supreme Sorceress comes back out, going to drop a Blade Wind and get some pretty good damage on the Zangors. They did get out of the way of it for the most part, so it's fairly limited in its effect there. It looks like Pont is just going to call this one here. Skarbrand just has the mobility advantage and a decent enough amount of infantry to be able to hang on to the caps while cleaning up whatever pressures on the home objective of Tzeentch here. Dark Elves faltering after some brutal spell casting. That caster character with 2,400 value and the Changeling with 3,000, hard carrying that game. Acold was a little mediocre. When I say mediocre, I mean kind of abysmal. Only 176 value on him. Aeson only with 1,400. He's very expensive. It could have been a worse performance from him, I suppose. He was a good distraction, Carnifex. Good to see that from Total Warhammer, the video game, to the tabletop, there isn't any difference between the big monsters. that either farm value and hard carry a game, or they are middling as hell and your opponent wastes a bunch of turns or time trying to kill them, and then you value trade elsewhere on the field to get your leg up for the late game. Alright, let's watch some Lizardmen into Nurgle. This is one of the last games before the finals. I'm not going to spoil who made it into the finals. We're going to get that cast soon. I'm waiting on the replay from those guys, and then we're going to throw it down for y'all to check out. And we'll see who's going to be walking away with the qualifiers here. So, Gepard bringing a pretty standard Lizardman build outside of the Tic-Tac-Toe inclusion, and Ripperdactyls right out of the bat, but I don't think it's going to be terrible against Nurgle. Ripperdactyls are fairly powerful tools for clearing out Furies. They can't get overwhelmed by multiple Fury units, but if they're fighting with Tic-Tac-Toe, and getting that Mask of Heavens, it is going to help their survivability with extra armor and melee defense. I actually really like the Tic-Tac-Toe business we got going on here. This is a pretty interesting little Lizardman build. Fireleech Bolas are going to be a really good skirmish tool for hammering down like the Nurglings and maybe keeping the Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle honest. They can also pummel the Plague Bearers too. Wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Tic-Tac-Toe is going to be flying over the number 3 objective here with his Ripperdactyl Horde, and probably going to be looking for isolations out on the edges of the flanks here. Just want to be patient and discerning about when and where you are engaging your foe. Skink Skirmishers thrown forward fairly aggressively. The Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes are playing footsie with the Pterodons right now. I think the Skinks actually would be better off out over here, so that when the Horsemen want to come forward and counterfire the Fireleech Bolas, because they have fairly similar ranges, I think the Horsemen would win that out because they just have so much more HP. The Skinks could counterfire the Nurgle Horsemen at that point and get some decent value. Just maneuvering away, though. Looking to hit the Nurglings with the Bolas and doing a little bit of damage. The Fireleech Bolas damage output is a little bit lackluster. They're quite expensive for a skirmish unit, and typically the reason that you just see Skink Skirmishers and Chameleon Skinks is because they're cheaper, they have a faster rate of fire, and oftentimes they're a little bit more multifunctional. I don't know how Fireleech Bolas do against single entities in terms of damage. Frolicker's Bubonic getting nuked out of existence by the Bolas and those Skink cohorts with the Javelins. We do get the Skink cohorts moving into the Plague Bears, which is not the play. Those Skink cohort need to retreat and stay out of that fight. Ripperdactyls nibbling away at the edges, pretending like they're going to be diving these throwing axes. They really don't want to commit there. Forcing that back and then recharging the Plague Bearers would probably be the best way to go about accruing value with them. They've been unengaged in the battle for a long time now. You really want to see them get a little bit more active here. Diving Kugath is the wrong play here. Kugath is way too difficult to kill. He is going to be a massive waste of time for the Lizards here. And that Pestilent Decay is going to start racking up the value. I'm scared here. I'm scared. This is, I think, where the Lizardmen are kind of fumbling a little bit. They really needed to do more about the Plague Bearers and the Nurgling front line. Rather than committing to trying to snipe out one of the most ridiculously tanky lords in the game, dude. I mean, you can see he's dropping a Fleshy Abundance. He lost about 3,000 HP, and he heals it all right back. Continuing to get chipped down, but now the support is here with the Plague Ogre Great Weapons, and they're going to rip the Colossadon Hunters and the Ripperdactyl unit apart. Not even to mention poor Tic-Tac-Toe, who is well and truly caught up in this fight. He's a very low mass character with 1,000 mass. He's not really even going to be able to push out of the Plague Bearers. Especially not if he's poisoned. You can see he's just fully trapped in here now. Slime Trail, poison, lowering the speed by a substantial margin. We're watching in real time the hopes and dreams of the Lizard Nations faltering. Ripperdactyls just got brutalized here. I mean, only 700 value here, 469 on the other. Tic-Tac-Toe doing some hit and runs would have been the ticket, I think. But this is going to be pretty tough no matter what because of your Lord that you're forced onto. Dude, final boss with Kugath has been so dominant in the games. Some very, very close matches, but the persistence and the attention to Kugath's positioning has paid huge dividends. We've seen some games where people have gotten damn close to killing him. We even saw one where he actually did die in the late game, but nonetheless, final boss with the persistence has gotten himself into a winning position here in this game as well. Plague Ogre's pretty beat up, but they've got 13 models and 1,100 value already, and Fire Leech Bolas out of ammo. 800 value on them is really not that impressive. It's pretty lackluster performance for... You would just expect that a missile unit that costs 750 gold and is airbound and doesn't provide cap weight and also is squishy with 10 models would... You don't need it to be like the Changebringers where the damage potential is just obscene, but you would hope that these guys could get at least 1,000 value on a consistent basis. Maybe if you spend a lot of time practicing with them, you could figure out some ways to really make them a worthwhile unit. But this game is not inspiring confidence in them at all. Nice Virulent Contagion going down here, nailing a lot of the Lizard units, especially the Croxagores and the Umbral Tide. And the Furies get on the Umbral Tide while Virulent Contagion is wearing off. They get a little bit of extra damage on the charge as a result, and even though these Umbral Tide have 80 armor, you see the damage that Furies throw down, even against decent armor values, just because of their melee attack. The melee defense is coming into play now with the Feral Cold Ones in. The Feral Cold Ones might falter against the Furies as well. You need the Furies to definitely be focusing the Cold Ones right now, though. Just making sure to chunk through the blocking force real quick will allow you to get into the cookie jar against the Umbral Tide. They're routing at the very least, so they're going to be unfunctional for just a few more seconds. Although the Furies do actually manage to brute force their way past the Feral Cold Ones and could actually chase these guys off the field. Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes, the Nurgle throwing axes, proving their prowess here. 1,100 value on one, 1,800 or 800 on the other. 1,800 would be a little bit borked, but doing pretty well nonetheless. Just holding up the Sacred Croxagores and allowing Kugath to close the gap with some supporting infantry. Nothing too substantial, but the Sacred Croxagores do get terror routed. If they hadn't gotten terror routed, then the Mortis Engine probably would have finished them off, plus whatever damage Kugath would be doing in melee. 2,600 on our bad boy Kugath. And looks like Nurgle's going to secure a triple cap in short order here. Pestigore's up on the number 1 with the Frolickers Bubonic. Just make sure you take that objective, and it's going to be a pretty quick tap out here from the Lizards. They just don't have a lot of sauce here. They've got some heavy hitters, but without a front line to support that and stop pressure from the mobile elements of the Nurgle army, I just don't see them being able to grind out any kind of comeback. Good attempt by Gepard, but like I said, I think there might be some refinement available here in terms of tactics and you could probably get a more favorable outcome by using the Ripperdactyls a little more aggressively against the front line, rather than hard committing onto Kugath. That was the real, that's the sunk cost fallacy of Nurgle Lord sniping in a nutshell. You disrespect the remainder of the army, you think, oh, they're not going to be able to do anything if they don't have heals from their lord, surely. And then you run into the brick wall that is 14,000 health and cry as Nurgle just heals it all up, and then karate chops all of your responding units. Plague Ogre Great Weapons have done great this game. 1,800 value out of them. Gonna help clear out the Sacred Croxagores in but a few moments here, I think. Although the Salamander fire from the side here is laying into them and does bring them pretty low, but they do get a little bit of freedom as Kugath becomes the target, and they are actually able to break the leadership of the Sacred Croxagores. Coldwind Knight's in, but Rotting Riders summon at the perfect moment. And look at the chunking damage from the Chaos Chariot. 300 kills on this thing. Chaos Chariot and Nurgle looking like a good unit all of a sudden, running over all these skinks, dude. I love the inclusion of it. Chariots do tend to be exceptionally strong into chaff-heavy factions. Usually, though, I caution against chariots against lizards because of the feral cold ones, and spear riders, not to mention hunting packs can actually do pretty good damage to them, but it's been kept very safe from all of the supporting fire and the mobile AP elements, and just cleaning up all of the bodies for the lizards has been indispensable at securing the triple cap, and final boss is 100% taking this one. The Rotting Riders are going to kill all of what remains here. See the Ripperdactyls fighting Furies up in the sky. Ripperdactyls can kill Fury units, but they do take quite a bit of damage, and if there's more than one Fury, they just lose abysmally. It's so ugly. Oh baby, we got the finals game set to go here. So let's see what we can see here. Oh my god. Okay, so we got a Tzeentch versus Nurgle showdown in the finals here with Kugath, a billion Nurglings, 3 throwing axes, and the Noxbringer going to be cited for the first time this entire tournament. Usually a mainstay of the Nurgle roster, strangely absent in most of Final Boss's games, but we've seen him do well without it. We'll see if he's able to take the win here, now that he's actually bringing it out onto the field. Brother Kugath is clearly an incredible Lord option. I mean, I've seen plenty of people do well with Kugath in the past. You can do a lot of really nasty stuff with him. The loogies that he throws out, he's got an absurd amount of ammo for his ranged attack. It's got good range on it, and it does good damage. It's not horrible. This should be a terrible map for Kugath and the forces of Nurgle. Ostensibly, we've got Acold, we've got Satang. What a choice, dude. So, Master of the Stone Legions is one of his abilities. I've never seen this before. Gives 15% Phys Res to Grand Cathay Constructs, though. And I guess technically in a 2v2 you could stack that with the Tomb Kings, I guess. First shot going down from the Noxbringer does hit the Marauders here. Not really the most effective target. Not really any effective targets at all, though. Probably just the Forsaken here would be what you want to shoot at. Kugath can also hammer away. And Satang is going to be looking to continue poking away at the mobile elements of this army, particularly the single entity in the Noxbringer. It's taken quite a bit of damage already, losing 2,000 HP in short order. Satang really isn't slouch, quite honestly. I mean, the pressure that he puts on big scary units like the Noxbringer is definitely going to be difficult to contend with for final boss. Number 3 objective is secured for Nurgle. Kugath is trying to waddle away from the focus fire from Satang. Got more shots coming in. Bit of a waste from final boss right now. It's very uncharacteristic of him to be wasting ammunition like this. I mean, I guess trying to destroy the ammo on the Changeling. Just don't really see that paying off in the long run. And Changebringers with a brutal early volley. Just pounding away at the poor throwing axes. They're going to be pulling back, and the Nurglings are moving forward, but they're going to be very weak to the Marauder front line, because Tzeentch, of course, has magic damage on literally every single unit that they throw out on the field. It's very useful into all of the Monogod factions, especially Nurgle, where Plague Bearers and Nurglings tend to be their best options for a front line, unless they're going for, like, super elite stuff. Scarbrand has 1,400 supplies in the bank, 1,500 now. Definitely needs to summon out some mobility to help against the throwing axes, because they could find a way around the flank here and really hammer away against Satang, potentially. Plague Drones going after the Changebringers, and Changebringers actually getting hit by a volley. Lose their shields, need to stay away from these drones. The drones will actually kill those guys fairly fast. But a beautiful Petrifying Gaze from the Cockatrice. Look at the flying combat in all its glory, guys. I gotta slow-mo this. Cockatrice is literally chasing a slowed down unit up here in the sky. Literally immobilized right now, and it's been struggling immensely to actually make contact with these guys in the entire game so far. Which is so brutal. And now the Petrifying Gaze wears off. Do get a Doom Knight summon. It's a really good call. Going to be able to hammer those drones for sure. God, boss is looking like he's in a little bit of trouble here. Those Plague Drones going down is going to be a big loss of mobility and momentum. Noxbringer is not value trading well at all, and we'll see if Kugath is going to be able to anchor the points. It's going to be kind of difficult for him. More ammunition being destroyed on the Changeling, I guess. Do get a Fleshy Abundance on the Noxbringer. It's a little bit wasted, maybe? I don't know. Skeptical of the long-term viability of the Noxbringer continuing to try and destroy ammo on the Changeling. He's down to 11 volleys, so I guess there might be potential that Kugath just doesn't have any answers in the late game other than the Changebringers. If you can just pour some Furies out onto the field and keep those things on the run, perhaps you can keep the objectives locked down. I mean, you do have a triple cap for Nurgle right now. They're doing a great job of playing the points. Final boss has been so persistent and tricky in keeping people off of the objectives and kind of afraid to fight around Kugath. Either that or over-emphasizing trying to snipe him out. Changeling with 9 more shots. Kugath, I imagine you're just going to try and keep him alive here and then maybe pop a Fleshy Abundance once a lot of the ammunition has been worn out from some of these units. Changebringers able to squeak away. They've lost 4 models, and the Plague Drones engaging onto the Doom Knights here. Miasma Pestilence going down, lowering their melee attack down to 20 here. Bonus versus large, still going to help against the Plague Drones, of course. But the HP on the Doom Knights is actually fairly flimsy. Against 7,100 of the Plague Drones, even though these Doom Knights are ostensibly a counter unit, it might be a little tough for them to keep the momentum going here. Continuing to put pressure on. Plague Drone's got a good charge off, but looks like they're going to peel over to deal with Satang. He's on his last couple volleys. Noxbringer is damn near on death's door, but it looks like might be going to link up with Kugath to get a really clutch late game overcast fleshy abundance potentially. Look at the Changebringers crumbling out here. A huge catch for the plague drones. Almost 1,000 value on that unit. And the other plague drone unit is maneuvering around fairly effectively and could countercharge this Doom Knight unit now to help the Noxbringer get free. Oh no, is this where Scarbrand starts to lose momentum? There's been a lot of damage going down on the main army for the Tzeentch forces. The Marauders folded up really hard to the Nurgling pressure. With Kugath and the Noxbringer also chipping a little damage against the Marauder front line, Tzeentch is looking gassed on the ground right now. Really, the only thing they had going for them was the Changebringers being out on the field. Akold is going to do his best here. I guess Akold and the Changeling are just, you know, buddies. I didn't actually know that Akold was the required unit. Akold into Kugath is going to take ages to resolve. And look at the Changeling! Satang is being isolated here. Very poor melee defense. And Kugath is a little bit winded, but still has a majority of his melee attack here. And is going to be able to bring low Satang in mere moments if he stays in this fight. Looking to pull away now, but gets hammered by Curse of the Slug. Plus poison, getting him down to 9 speed. And look at Kugath with the blazing 27 in comparison. Actually able to get on the rear of Satang here. You get a massive investment into trying to finish Kugath off. You got all the horsemen here focus firing. You've got Blue Horrors doing it as well. Sour Guts trying to chip in. Kugath is going to be going down here. That's a huge win for Scarbrand. That could be the ticket to getting back in this game on the tickets front. Because the caps are still abysmal. I mean, you've still got a full triple cap for Nurgle right now. What does Nurgle do? Oh my god, they're in a really tough spot right now. Plague Drones are finishing off the Doom Knights. Doom Knights have paid for themselves. Cockatrice is some pretty good value. 1100 on that Plague Drone, pretty good performance. Satang is alive and well. Forsaken, though, clearing out all the Blue Horrors. And a Pestigore anchoring the number 1. What do we have over here? Number 3 is going to be reinforced by a Pestigore in very short order. Cockatrice, Doom Knights, and the throwing javelins here should be able to clear out the Pesties without too many problems. Need to do it quick, though. You need a double cap ASAP because you're going to have to get through whatever defenses are on that number 1 objective. Plus, Final Boss could develop out throwing axes onto the number 3 and counter-skirmish the javelins here. I mean, the javelins, I would say pound for pound might be a little bit stronger than the Nurgle throwing axes, but Nurgle throwing axes have more HP, plus they've got the bronze shield, which blocks quite a bit of missile fire at 30%. Could make it very difficult for the Tzeentch throwing javelins to quickly and adequately push these guys off, but the triple cap does come in on the number 3, so it's down to a final stand on the number 1 objective here. How is Scarbrand gonna close this game out? I feel like you've got all of the time in the world to work with right now. Final Boss has nothing left, really. Pestigores are running, the throwing axes are on the move, trying to get away. A good peel. Great call, pulling the Marauder Horsemen over to charge down the Pestigores. Number 1 objective is being held on to for now. You've got the Chaos Sorcerer over here with the Changeling waiting in the wings. Pink Fire and Blue Fire have been used all game. I don't know how many more casts of that you've got. Another Pestigore comes out. Changebringer's gonna nuke the Forsaken into the Shadow Realm. Back to the warp, ye demons. I don't really know. Forsaken are technically demons, I guess. I don't know if they go to the warp, though. I mean, they're pretty messed up dudes. They're really hideous looking. Danger close. Fury actually makes contact with the Changebringers. If they kill the Changebringers, then Nurgle might have a chance to lock down this #1 point for enough time to grind it out. I mean, it's a long time to have to hold. I mean, 200 seconds? Well over 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We'll see about it. I'm a little skeptical. You pull anything off of these other points, and Nurgle could rally some units to try and get some cheeky side caps. Fury's flying overhead. A brutal pink fire goes down onto both of these Pestigors, wearing them down pretty low. I mean, half HP, 2/3 on the other. Fury's, though, gonna collapse on the poor Changebringers, and they do finish them and are also fighting this Fury pretty effectively. Nice Tier 2 Tzeentch army ability. I guess you probably use that because you're out of magic and you're not going to get the Tier 3. The Tier 3 would 100% have clutched this objective up by now, though. Tzeentch Fury's gonna crumble out here. The Nurgle Fury's gonna be able to maneuver a little bit and hammer away. Oh, are we gonna get a rear charge here? Could that break the leadership? Saint did go down, by the way, so leadership problems for both sides on the books. Oh no, it's gonna be. You know what's gonna happen? Final boss is gonna summon like 2 Nurglings out of the #1 and just lock this down. Oh, and it has a Nurgling out, going for the #3. We do have the Javelins maneuvering back over. The Pestigors rally. They're really beat up, but they are putting a little bit of cap pressure on. The Fury's maneuvering over there. Oh, no. Tzeentch might be a little overstretched now. The Nurglings are going to get up into the Sour Guts. It really is a good engagement for the Nurglings. Frolickers Bubonic are going to do a little bit of damage as the Sour Guts punch them in the face. It's 2 units that are designed to blow up the other guy, fighting one another. The ultimate battle begins. I actually do think that the Frolickers, because of the way that their blisterback is coded, probably beat the Sour Guts? Maybe? I don't know. That's a really weird, awkward fight. There is absolutely no telling. Blue Horrors get on the point. Nurgle is beat to hell. If Scarbrand's smart, you rear charge that position with your Blue Horrors. Because that could break the leadership on this pocket of Nurgle infantry. And Nurgle's going to win this game. Tzeentch just doesn't have the goods to be able to lock down any of the objectives. Lacking staying power in the infantry department is really messing with them. Although, if they held on to the #3, they could do it. They capped the #1, but in the same breath, a very late cap on the #3 comes in, and that's going to be a GG. Marauders are going to get stuffed back a little bit. They do get on the point, but a Marauder Horseman of Nurgle is up on the objective, and Fury's chasing down the Marauder Horseman of Tzeentch and collapsing with timing from the Marauder Horseman of Nurgle. Gonna be able to take these guys down, I think, and that is gonna be a win for final boss with another insane late game hold. Crazy stuff, man. Playing these points like an absolute madman with one of the slowest factions, pound for pound at the very least, in the game. Somehow pulling this off, and Kugath didn't even get 1,000 value, and final boss was still somehow able to win this game. That's freaking crazy. That's insane. I am honestly a little flabbergasted. What a guy, dude. Holy shit. Okay, I was wondering how Scarbrand ended up in the finals, so that makes sense. That's a little unfortunate. I'm sorry. I'm sad that sorry that War God dropped. He was doing really well. He probably would have been able to beat the crap out of Nurgle. Although the Vampire counts into Nurgle is a pretty rough matchup. We saw some cool tactics coming out of him earlier, though, so maybe he would have had some juice with another Red Duke double Terrorgeist type of build. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that could work into Kugath. Dude, final boss, like, just blitzing through any and all comers is a massive dub. That is really freaking impressive. If y'all ever need to see what playing the objectives can do for you, then you should just refer back to this VOD. Anytime you need a little bit of a pick-me-up, and you're wondering, hey, how am I losing, and what can I do better to clutch games out in late-game situations, Final Boss today did it 3 times at least, where things seemed absolutely abysmal, and was still able to persevere for the dub. Alright, guys, I think that's gonna be the... Is that the last of these tournaments, Twist? I don't think we've even got enough Legendary Lords to go around at this point now. Because we had a lot of people sign up, so I'm pretty sure that's gonna close out the final tournaments for the qualifier events, and congrats to all 8 qualifiers. We'll be seeing them in probably a week's time, I would guess. When is the qualifiers tournament gonna be, Twist? If you're still here, let me know. Oh man, we had some good games today. I fumbled my game against the Skaven so hard being at Bozo. Oh, I'm so sad, dude. I feel like I could have had a pretty good scrap against Final Boss if we had met in bracket. Be'lakor and Kugath actually do pummel one another pretty ferociously. That's what you get for being incautious and not really respecting the prowess of the Skaven. Skaven can always throw a monkey wrench into your plans with a good Lord Snipe. They're very well suited for it. With stuff like Rattling Guns and Jezzails and Flensing Rune and whatnot. Boss is pretty surprised he was able to win that one. I'm really not. I mean, Boss has been putting in a lot of work, so... Proving and living up to the name today, for sure. What time is it? We've been going for a while now. We've got a little bit more time. I'll try and do what remains of the replays here. I actually don't... I was planning on maybe doing some new player tournament stuff if we had time, but we had a lot more signups for this tournament than the last, so I was anticipating a shorter tournament. So we may not get to any more new player tournament games today. I'll see if I can find some time during the week, though, to get them in. You got the Hawk Riders and the Sisters of Twilight. Sisters of Twilight on the Dragon. The Hawk Riders flying around overhead. Hawk Riders do have AP weapon strength, which, you know, could be situationally good for rear charging the, like, Boar Boys and whatnot. Sisters of Twilight going to be a really great snipe tool against Skarsnik. I'm a little worried for Skarsnik's survivability here. He's going to struggle pretty mightily. What the hell are the Hawk Riders doing? Hawk Riders going way too deep here. I think, yeah, Rogue AI doing what I did against the Skaven and being a little bit incautious and getting a little bit of punishment for it. Able to pull away in fairly good working order. You got Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers. I mean, a mouthful of a name for sure, but very strong skirmish piece. They've got a good amount of ammo. Poison on their bows is pretty nice. I am a little worried about what their effectiveness is going to be. You're probably going to have to play fairly far back with those guys. And give yourself some time to work with in advancing your infantry forward before they can move up and put pressure on the sisters. That would be the best place for them to find value. The Hawk Riders, though, are not a bad target. Hawk Riders just don't get that much value in general in my experience, so we'll see about it. Finding the Eternal Guard out on the flank who actually don't have shields. And they're, you know, obviously very low armor and very low HP unit. Taking some pretty good damage from the skirmish core of the Greenskins right now. Skarsnik immediately gets in the trees and hides. Very lucky to be able to do that before the Sisters of Twilight can find him and put some moves on him. There's a lot of invisible units here. Yeah, the Night Goblin Archers are definitely the requirement here, and I imagine the Squig Herds might also be one of the requirements, because there is 3, just like we saw last time. Very unfortunate situation developing here, though, for our Greenskins player. A lot of Wolf Riders and Spider Rider Archers getting terrified and or proper routing and running for their lives. JP should pull the Black Orc Biggin over and try and cut off some of the space while you get your Boar Boy Biggins out to hammer down any of these chasing units. But this is an opportunity for Rogue AI to get the Hawk Riders to chase off some of these units. Morgrim's Mangy Marauders wouldn't be a bad thing to chase down. You can also chase down this Goblin Wolf Rider. You definitely don't want to leave them to rally if you can help it. Looks like they're actually able to rally, and they're probably going to play a lot safer from here on out. JP is not advancing at all, continuing to build up. 8P Loonies waiting in the wings, hiding in the trees here. They do have the Loons. They're also unbreakable. They're a pretty sticky and annoying unit to have to work around. We'll see how they do into the mid and later stages of the game. Especially the value that they might be getting out of these Loons. They could just throw those down into the right kind of fight where there's multiple units blobbed up and just shred through them, because that is definitely on the table for Loons. Loons do a ton of damage. I mean, it's all AP damage as well. Not that that matters a whole lot for the Wood Elves. I'm trying to think of anything the Wood Elves have that's higher than 60 armor. Oh, Treekin, but, you know, Treekin aren't going to take any damage from that. Nonetheless, though, 18 per second, and it's a pretty long-lasting, like, breath attack type of cast. 12-second duration. Could really pour it on. Eternal Guard continuing to get poked. Greenskins retake the #1 objective. Wood Elves are having a little bit of an indecisive arrangement of their forces. They want to push the #1, but they're leaving the flank open here on their home objective now, and JP, recognizing the opportunity, immediately moving up the infantry to grab some ground and maybe force the Greenskins forward. Or the Wood Elves forward, sorry. JP is trying to force the Wood Elves out of position. And should find some success here. You got the Eternal Guard moving up to the point. You can probably just leave 3 of the skirmishers here and poke down the unshielded Eternal Guard unit. But JP looks to be completely refocusing the advance over to pushing the home objective of the Wood Elves, which Does carry a lot of risk. Your opponent can just immediately pull out a Glade Guard, and you can see the range on these guys. They can basically just open up right out the gate here. Oh my god, but the loons, the 8-peak loonies! Deleting the Eternal Guard! Oh, that's vile, dude. Beautiful Fanatics cast. 369 value out of one Fanatics cast is chunky, bro. Love to see it. You can probably get them into the middle of the formation here. And drop their next one fairly soon. It's a pretty short cooldown on these things. Every 30 seconds, you can play a lot of hit and run with that. Night Goblin Archers, just waiting in the wings here. Not doing a whole lot right now. Breath Attack going down. It's through the front of the unit, so not the finest moment for the Sisters of Twilight in terms of Breath Attack value. If you really want to get a good Breath Attack, you probably scoot forward a little bit and hit these two units that were overlapped. The Archers and the Biggins were kind of stacked up together. That would be where I would imagine the best possible value would be. Here's another risk of doing the home objective push on this map. Your opponent has a Vanguard that's right behind your main force. 8-peak Loonies, really good response from JP though. Broken Tusk Mob and the 8-peak Loonies moving over just to provide some protection for the Night Goblin Archers. Massive horde of Skirmish Cav moving over to also poke these guys down. Wild Riders eating the charge here. Rogue AI, a little late on the reaction in a couple of these fights here. All it takes is one mistake and having an expensive unit get caught like this that can really start to put you behind the curve. Black Orcs, really nice summon from JP. Black Orcs gonna annihilate the poor Eternal Guard up on this point. They probably just want to stay in their standard form for now, just so they can have some melee attack to work around the Eternal Guard. They've got good weapon strength, which is the really nice thing. 48 is damn strong on the weapon strength front, so the very low HP Eternal Guard are going to have a lot of problems here. Hawk Rider's doing a good job of charging down onto the Savage Boar Boys. This was one of the things I was curious to see if it could work out favorably for the Wood Elves. Doesn't look too bad here. The Hawk Riders are pretty beat up, though, and they haven't provided much value with their bows. I think they've been off of fire at will this entire game because, yeah, they're sitting here with only 4 volleys having been used, and they've been on the field the entire game so far. Not loving that. Wood Elves' front line is just completely gone. They don't have anything to get up on the #1 objective, and the Hawk Riders actually over-pursuing on the ground into the Savage Boar Boys and getting punished by the missiles from the Skirmish Cav, getting worn out here, man. Which is really unfortunate. Squig Herds with a rear charge onto the Dryads and the Wild Riders, who have been held up so well by the Broken Tusk Mob. Great stuff there. 8-peak Loonies with 900 value. God, did they use another Loon summon? Oh, they did. I bet you that's why the Race of the Frozen Heart are on death's door here. 8-peak Loonies and JP with some great Fanatics play, doing a good job of handling the trickier infantry that the Wood Elves can throw out. Boar Boys getting pushed back. They're not doing too hot, but Boar Boys are able to get up into the fracas here and lock in the Dryads, and the Eternal Guard about to eat a withering charge from the Orc Boar Boys, it seems. Although, JP holding them up, not wanting to engage there. I think it's worth it, though. I think it actually would be pretty advantageous for you to get the rear charge here, because these guys will get absolutely flattened by a 50 charge bonus, 40 weapon strength unit. You also had the wall going, so they had some more melee attack that they could have worked with. Good retreat here from Rogue AI, and JP recognizing it, though, not going too far into the over-pursuit. Pulling back to the #1, going to get a triple cap here. Greenskins already have the advantage with the caps. They've almost doubled the Wood Elves at this stage of the game. The Sisters of Twilight have been very mediocre here. Rogue AI not looking up to his usual sharp self that I've seen from his typical Wood Elf play. And JP has been looking untouchable this entire game. Just amazing micro on the Skirmish Cav. These Skirmish Cav probably have gotten some pretty decent value. These look like pretty fresh summons, though. Those two do. What are the other ones doing? I don't even know. Wow, the Skirmish Cav really not doing a whole lot. Night Goblin Archers also not doing a whole lot. About 300 value across the board on those guys. Squig Herds? Squig Herds look like they've been doing some pretty good damage. And the Orc Biggins look to have made their impact felt this game for sure. Biggins getting hit by Melkoths and trying to run away. Looks like they're going to turn around, and we got a Vindictive Glare going down that's going to brutalize the Eternal Guard. Good damage out of the Vindictive Glare caster. You'll love to see that little spell. I love the lore of the Little Wah. It's actually pretty hilarious to watch people get folded up by Itchy Nuisance and Vindictive Glare. Gorgle Fix-It is actually the other spell choice, though. No sneaky stabbing. I would have thought Itchy Nuisance, because it is pretty nice for debuffing like Wild Riders and stuff, but I guess the speed debuff is really important if you're going to go for a missile-heavy build, so it's a really good call. I like it a lot. Savage Orc Boar Boys waiting around for some action. Squig Herds coming in, and a huge reinforcement wave going to the #1 objective. We've got the Orc Biggins here. Black Orcs also hanging out with the Boar Boy Biggins, not too far behind, just looking for when and where they need to commit. The AP Loonies are going to force the Wild Hunters of Kernus back here, it looks like. Preemptively dropping the Fanatics cast, no big deal to have missed one. You already got your money's worth out of this 8-Peak Loonies unit. It's a good counter charge from the Wood Elves there. They clean up their back line, and they've got a little bit of an opportunity here. Hawkeyes of Drakira out on the field, about 1,000 value on these guys. 891 ain't bad at all. Wild Hunters of Kernus are looking to charge down the Greenskins units, but looks like a tap out for the Wood Elves. The triple cap is pretty well secured here, and there's just not a lot of room for the Wood Elves to cap the points and then maybe go for the final back cap. There's just not enough time for it all. Sisters of Twilight looking a little lacking. The Hawk Rider is also not doing very well at all. They really should have been put on fire at will and maybe just used more aggressively to shoot down some of the skirmishers. You've got the advantage in range on the Hawk Riders against the Skirmish Corps. It's 140 to 100, and I'm pretty sure Night Goblin Archers are like 120 range. Maybe even 110. They're a very short-range unit. I don't even want to look at the Skaven. I'm done with them. Skaven are dead to me. For all time. Where the hell are the Greenskins? There you are. Night Gobbo Archers. Oh, 115. Yeah, it's really short range, dude. I think the Hawk Riders could have been used a little bit better that game. I think AI was maybe a little over-sparing with the ammunition from them. I think that kind of just got him on the back foot and maybe overthinking things. So, it's a bit of a shame. Okay, so no qualifiers tournament next week, and maybe... Oh, 21 Lords left, okay. Damn, really? That's crazy. Okay, well, maybe we will have another Legendary Lords tournament, which would be super sick. Check performance. Based on my performance, I do not deserve to be in the qualifier if I don't actually win a tournament. What are the other, what Lords are left? Who do we have available that I can play for future tourneys? Where's Kislev? Are they totally eliminated? Yeah, looks like it. Maybe I can play Eltharion. I mean, I know how to play the High Elves. We could also play Marathi or something. Marathi would be pretty fun. Marathi's a good lord, too. All of the Dark Elf legendary lords are honestly pretty strong. I mean, like, the weakest is Lokir and Rakarth, probably. Crone Hellebron's probably not too far behind, but Malekith, Marathi, and, well, Malice is also pretty weak. Okay, so maybe you've got maybe half of them that are okay. Well microed, though, on the dragons. All of these guys can do some pretty good damage and get some good value in some of the matchups. Could do Sartorial on Zinj. That'd be fun. Could do Slaanesh with Sigvald. I don't really love playing Empire. I'm not a Grand Cathay person. We could do Lewin. We could do Ikit or Skrulk for the Skaven. Maybe we can come back and regain some honor by helming the Skaven to a tourney win. That would be pretty hilarious if I could pull that off. Do we have any more replays that we haven't actually covered? I think maybe we have done them all. Surely there's a couple more in here. That's one we've done. All these. Oh, here's one from Gepard that we haven't gotten to yet. Anything else? Gepard versus Rusto. So let's get some Lizardman action to kind of round out the remainder of this stream. Apparently I actually have that downloaded. Alright, well, where the hell is it then? Oh, here it is. Literally right in front of my face. Wow, yeah, buddy. This is the abusive Kislev build that we all want to see. Nothing quite like Kislev single entity spam to really get the blood going, you know? I mean, these builds are actually come with a lot of risk. It's not super free and easy. There was once a time where Kislev had a bunch of perpetual heal items that made these builds absolutely atrocious to play into. They were so stupid. They're a lot more balanced now. There's actually counterplay to them as opposed to in the past where Kislev was just able to heal them all freaking game. And oftentimes the Frostworms especially would be oppressive in the worst possible way. Karna Elemental, Mother Estankia, Double Frostworm, Wolf Hearts, and another Akshina gonna be the tools here for Kislev. Small army, you got 11 units in reserve, so it's gonna be a little bit lower quality. I would imagine there's probably some Winged Lancers in there. Griffin Legion would be a good choice. They are always strong. Forbidden Fens and Malediction of Madness going to be the magic here. Look, Putrefying Carcass, just real quick, this map looks beautiful and honestly is very fitting for Nurgle, but the terrain and the objective positioning makes it abjectly miserable to play on oftentimes. I really don't love playing on this map, but it's super cool to see other people playing it. To see all these disgusting tentacles just wiggling around. I'm getting a little too into that. Anyways, let's move on from the mapmaker's barely disguised fetish and get back into the game. Ripperdactyl's charging right down on the Akshinas. Wolfheart's not dropping the pack trap in time. So Gepard getting a little bit of damage there, but poor old Ripperdactyl's in the wrong neighborhood now. Double Frostworm will clear them out in record time. Frostworms are vicious into monstrous infantry. They do so much damage with their attack animations. And pretty good at clearing out bodies of infantry because they do have collision attacks that can chunk those guys down pretty nicely. Incarnate Elemental is also stiffening up the line here and allowing for some pretty good clear on the red-crested skinks so far. Another 2 red-crested skinks pushing through, and they do get into the trees. Tic-Tac-Toe getting hammered right now by the Armored Kossars and Akshinas, and a great net from the Wolfhearts. Hack Trap going down at the perfect moment to get Tic-Tac-Toe, but he is going to be able to pull back with a good response here. Just immediately get him out of here. He does not need to stick around in this fight at all. Don't want him to be going down anytime soon. Patriarch comes in for the Soliax Lullaby support, but brutal damage on the Stonkia from the Salamanders. Oh my god, dude. 750 value out of, what, 3 volleys from the Umbral Tide? That's efficiency, bro. If that holds true, they're going to have well over 4,000 value by the time they're out of ammo. I don't think it does, but a boy can dream, right?
The enemy has slain our lord.
Tic-Tac-Toe does die, but it's not the end of the world because the value trades are favoring Gepard. Tic-Tac-Toe is like dirt freaking cheap, dude. He costs like 900 gold, even with a lot of his items available. Patriarch getting brutalized by the Salamander Fire. Worms and the Incarnate Elemental all committing into the fight against the Ripperdactyls and the Red-Crested Skinks. Doing a pretty good job of clearing it all out. Spear Riders coming in. I really think you just want another Salamander if you actually have it in reserve, but you might not. Umbral Tide might be the only one available. That can often be the case for Lizardmen players. Regular Salamander hunting packs are good, but the Umbral Tide with the perfect vigor and extra leadership tend to be a little bit harder to remove from the field than the standard ones. Plus, these guys have Stalk, and that can help them get some very sneaky early ambushes, which can be pretty vicious. Bear Launcher going down. Not a lot of damage on the Umbral Tide. I actually thought it would do a little bit more. Kills one model, does a little bit of damage to the Red-Crested Skinks. Stonkia is not loving life right now. There's not much for her to do. She's not really the kind of character that you want to throw in anywhere right now for how low her armor is. With only 1900 HP to work with, all it takes is one overextension with her to lose this game. Good retreat with the Umbral Tide, and they're going to wheel about and just nuke the Incarnate Elemental out of existence. Poor buddy is not loving it. Collapses on the ground, crumbles out of existence. And the Pok cohort doing some pretty good damage as well. 613 value on them. Patriarch has got to be almost out of heals. He's got 1 Soliax left, but he's going to break when Dire Blood wears off here. The Frostworms are getting locked down by a bunch of Spear Riders from the Lizardmen, and with no way to clear the Spear Riders off of the single entities, this is why Blizzard is really good for these single entity blobs. I know that's not available when you've got Stonkia as your legendary lord, but if you're gonna bring these single entity builds, usually you want to bring it with a Tempest caster and just throw Hawks of Miska and Blizzard onto her and nuke your opponent when they try to blob up on you on the single entities, because Blizzard is super punishing even against cavalry. It just nukes everything in the game. It's definitely one of the best Vortex spells out there. Armored Kossar's moving up. Wolfheart's waiting in the wings, but the triple cap for the Lizardmen has been ongoing for ages now. I mean, you've got Red Crested Skink locking down the number 1. Number 2 is a little inaccessible right now. You've got Kislev moving forward, a lot of infantry. But with the mobility disadvantage, the Spear Riders and Cold Wind Riders should be able to get some pretty good charges off here. They do have a nice charge bonus. They are exhausted, though. That might hold them up a bit. You definitely don't want to be charging into the Kislevite Warriors. The AP Halberds doing some good damage to one of the Spear Riders there, but not too ruinous. Wolfhearts with 1,000 value, continuing to poke away. Armored Kossars poking with the pistols as well. And the Pakopok cohort going after this Kossar, just trying to maintain the presence on the number 3 objective right now. Being assisted by Chameleon Stalkers. Chameleon Stalkers are really annoying to kill if you don't have magic attacks. They've been getting some buffs as of late. A few patches ago, they got a, I believe it was more melee defense and maybe a little more melee attack. I don't think they got more HP, but that's also possible. But anyways, the buffs that they got were enough to actually make them a semi-viable unit. They're a good mix-up. Just having like one against a lot of factions can be a good tool to have, and you can see that they hold up pretty well against other defensively oriented, heavily armored troops. Just because of their melee defense being at 36, the Armored Kossars are struggling to get through that and the Physres these guys have access to. Big wave of infantry coming up. Beautiful charge of the Coldwind Riders, locking down these Armored Kossars. Kissify Warriors breaking very suddenly. It does look like Astankia went down here. I have no idea where she died. It's been a minute since we missed a Lord dying on the battlefield, but here we are, yet again. Where did it bring you? Back to me. And in my very ADHD casting. Akshinas and the Wolfhearts are looking to lay waste to the Coldwind Riders on the number 2 objective, doing a pretty good job of preserving the Akshinas so far. This one's a resummon, but they're going to be able to get some pretty effective value, unless, of course, the Saurus and the Skink Cohort close the gap on them. Skink Cohorts into the Akshinas would be pretty devastating, and a brutal Chain Lightning! Wow! Akshinas and the Wolfhearts taking some damage there. Luckily, the rotation wasn't too bad, but the Akshina unit actually moving into the Vortex a little bit. What's going on here? I think the push effect from the Vortex actually kept them from moving into the middle of the radius, which is kind of hilarious. Heavy War Sleds out on the field, but a beautiful Feral Coldwind summon coming in. Feral Coldwinds have amazing mass, 750 each. Or not 750, 700, okay. A little bit off on that, but nonetheless, definitely enough to keep the War Sleds from being able to push through the Red-Crested Skinks, so a good save on the number 1 objective here. Not going to be able to help out the other Skink unit here, though. Pretty brutal charge from the Heavy War Sleds, but with the Feral Coldwinds getting in here, you're probably going to be able to beat those Armored Kossars. Red-Crested Skinks diverting away from the Akshinas, which is fine, because you do have the Coldwind Riders going to collapse here. I do believe these units will be able to hold, and you'll still be able to compromise that. Just holding on to the triple cap still. The Kislevite forces, after they lost their single entities, even though they built up a good amount of infantry behind it all, were not able to capitalize. Gepard just did a great job of staying just ahead in the value game. And it really started to multiply towards the end there. It's a good attempt from Rusto, but I just don't love the single entities and Astankia. I mean, Astankia is a really good lord. I think she might actually be better with a more traditional Kislev army, ironically enough. She doesn't support the Incarnate Elementals or Frostworms very well. And some of her spells are really heavy on lowering armor and debuffing enemies, which means Griffin Legion, who are already a top-tier unit, can absolutely annihilate even stuff like Coldwind Riders. And even Umbral Tide, because... God, what is it called? Curse of the Ancients, I think, is what it is. I've seen it in, like, 2 games in the past. I mean, granted, it was top-level players both times, but I would say Rusto's up there. Rusto is a top player. He could definitely have the micro to execute it. What is it called? It's not Vengeance of Spirits... Oh yeah, Curse of the Ancient Witch. Lowers armor by 60, which is disgusting. So you're talking about minus 60 armor. For Lizardmen units, you're removing pretty much all of the armor from Coldwind Spear Riders, down to 30 armor. A head-up fight against Griffin Legion at that point means the Coldwind Spear Riders get completely owned. The Glorious Charge makes all the difference for resolving that fight in Kislev's favor with that spell active. Yeah, there's 3 Skaven Lords left, guys. Let's get in there and make the Skaven happen. We'll see if we can get somebody forward with a Skaven Lord. I wish I was better with the Lizardmen, too. I've played a lot of Lizardmen at various points, and I don't know what it is about them that... outside of a few matchups where I think they're already fairly favored, I just don't really know how to execute them. They're a little eclectic in terms of a faction. They're definitely unorthodox compared to the stuff that I typically favor, which is more aggressive, like, chaos armies. Okay, game's gonna crash. Well, we're gonna restart, and we'll get our last couple of replays done. And then I'll probably be tuning out, and I'll do my very best to get another stream going ASAP in the next few days so that we can do more new player tournament stuff. Because I have gotten away from doing all the replays for the new player tournaments, and I'd like to try and get as many done as I can. You know, people did send them in to me. I do feel... some responsibility. Give me just a minute, guys, and we'll be back in here to run it down and see what we can accomplish. Hopefully nothing is wrong with any of these remaining replays. We actually do need to watch, I think we've got one more in here that we need to see. Where's, oh yeah, that's right, where's round 2 for Pont? I think that's the one we're missing. You dropping in here? Yeah, buddy. Okay. Let's see what the matchups are before we decide what we're going to watch. I mean, they're both into fairly interesting matchups. Tzeentch... Oh, wait, no. We've seen this one. Oh, is this, No. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, it just looks so vaguely similar for a minute there. Okay, so Pont fought 2 Tzeentch players back-to-back. Let's see how Pont does into Navigator here. Navi is a really good player as well. Hasn't been around much as of late, but the talent is ever present whenever he plays. So we'll see how Pont's able to do here. Doom Knights rocking forward, always a good option for Tzeentch if they're gonna go for any kind of aerial control, which I don't think is a bad idea against the Dark Elves. Dark Elves do have some tools for the aerial fights. I mean, they got, like, Harpies, and they can bring the Dragon Lords, obviously. So the Doom Knights can help keep the Changebringers safe from multiple aerial threats, but Pont's going for a very grounded army instead. The Scourge Runner Chariots are going to be very painful against the Javelins. You can see the Horsemen just get shredded by Scourge Runners. It's so painful. I honestly just don't even bring throwing axes into the Dark Elves anymore, because it just doesn't really even seem worth it oftentimes. With Scourge Runners constantly poking you, you're just going to get worn down very quickly. Bloodrack Shrine actually hammering the Exalted Hero. Exalted Hero on his chariot. Oh, he's going to the casino, baby. Is he going to get 7s, or are we going to see a bunch of shenanigans? I don't know. I wouldn't... Is this a slot machine, or is this more like a 21? I don't think it really matters. I don't need to get that involved with the analogy, no matter what. Village is rocking in with Pink Fire, and that's it. I would imagine you would want to bring something else, but I guess Searing Doom is here for the Chaos Sorcerer, so you're going for a little bit more utility. It's a good attempt at a dodge, maybe going to get completely out of the way. Two of these poor guys, or a few of these guys get caught, but 2 of them go down, the other ones are able to escape for the most part. Good dodge. It's a good attempt at dropping the Searing Doom there. Always want to try and catch your opponent slipping if possible. Good roll-up of the #1 objective for the Dark Elves. The Scourge Runners get very aggressive into the Zangors, brutalize them a little bit, and the Bleak Swords come in to clean that up. And now the Scourge Runners are going to be popping the Knights of Immolation in the face here. And Knights of Immolation are going way too deep for this. Cold One Knights, even being hit by the Plague of Rust here, should be able to do some decent damage on the return action at the very least. Cold One Knights are a very tricky unit to engage. You don't want to get too aggressive into them, because there's so many other mobile elements for the Dark Elves you have to deal with. Very unfortunate for the Dark Elves that Searing Doom is able to punish the Cold One Knights. They were doing pretty well into the Knights of Immolation, all things considered. They're going to get pushed off with only about 250 value. It's going to be a brutal spellcast here. What is this? Oh no, it's the Web of Shadows! From the Canine Assassin. I was wondering, I was like, didn't see Final Transmutation available, but maybe he's got it. It's actually Web of Shadows, and Village is going to get absolutely clowned on by the Canine Assassin. These guys are crazy strong. I've been wowed lately by what Dark Elf players have been able to do to innovate their game plan. Dark Elves went from one of the worst win rate factions to being top 5, and I don't see them moving anytime soon. They've got a great set of skirmish tools, amazing heavy-hitting AP anti-large cav, cheap bodies if you need them, and then some decent elite stuff like Witch Elves. Even Blackguard of Nagrond and Harganeth Executioners have a matchup or two where they can do some good work. One Scourge Runner Chariot is dead. Good catch for Tzeentch, but Pont with a huge value lead. A lot of that's just because the Knights of Immolation are getting absolutely manhandled right now. You've seen some pretty good fire going down from the Bloodrack Shrine with some good value. Another Doom Knight also beat up. Furies, though, are chasing off a Dark Shard, which is good. Village is also having a little bit of trouble. I don't know how he's struggling this badly, though, in the Canine Assassin. I mean, I know these guys are strong, but damn, Village. Come on, get a hit in at least, buddy. Gets smacked. Goes down on one knee, but he's going to get back up, fire a little bit of magic off. Come on. Hit him in the face. Do it, buddy. God, Village. The Village overextension, I think, is the big problem for Navigator. I think if you bundle up on your home objective, or on the middle objective, I should say, and then just, you know, pick the side point that has the least amount of Dark Elves mobility around it, I think you're going to be a little bit better set. This is tough, though. I mean, Dark Elves are a good faction into Tzeentch. We saw it a few games ago, but I think that Tzeentch does need to bring more longer range answers. I just don't see the Javelin Horsemen being all that strong, no matter what the situation is. If there's Scourge Runners around, they're going to get hammered, man. And the Doom Knights were not super clutch. They were pretty weak. Furies and the Doom Knights over here, though, are able to push back some Dark Riders. The Furies have been pretty high impact. They've done quite a bit of damage up to this point. They are going to get shot to pieces, though, by the repeater handbows here, though. A good Plague of Rust going down on this unit, and the Fury's really starting to add up some damage on those guys. Definitely going to get their value back here, I think. Exalted Hero is running stuff over, but runs smack dab into the Dread Spears. Dread Spears are poking him down pretty nicely. Looks like he's gambled on the Fate of Buna at least once. I doubt he got it. With 148 kills and only 700 value, it's probably just from killing all the Dread Spears. I would guess he probably got, like, Enfeebling Foe or Withering Heat or something. And yeah, looks like the Tzeentch hero is going to go down, trying to peel with Furies, but he's just too beat up. He struggled pretty mightily this entire game. Bloodrack Shrine right up on the flank, and it does fire on the move, which is really cool. As opposed to the Bloodrack Medusas, who cannot scoot and shoot. Or I guess have to scoot and shoot. The Bloodrack Shrine can just do drive-bys while running everything over and debuffing and buffing frontline units. You can see here the poor Forsaken getting bulldozed over by this very angry, sexy snake lady. The Medusas are really cool models. There's so many fun, aesthetically pleasing units in the game. Shrieking Sky Rays. Oh yeah, look at that. That's Aquiline features for you right there. Village is running off into the distance. The Canaanite Assassin did not finish him. Canaanite Assassin getting moon bounced, looking like a frickin' giant in Skyrim, this Chaos Sorcerer. But he gets back up. He's not dead for all of the effort. And he might actually be able to continue scrapping against this guy.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it
the Dark Elves are behind on tickets, but that's because they didn't really play the points. They just played for value, and Navigator just kind of overextended himself and kind of got flipped upside down, and all the lunch money got shaken out of the poor Tzeentch units here. They've been having an awful, awful day. Scourge Runner and Rakarth. Rakarth with 1,000 value is kind of nice. 1,200 on the Scourge Runner Chariot. He's got lots of health left and a decent amount of ammo, so he can still get maybe another, like, 15, or up to about 1,600 value before this game is all said and done. If he gets plenty of time to run over Zangors, he'll get more, but I think Tzeentch is going to tap out fairly soon. I mean, the Dark Elves have a Stranglehold on the 2, and they've got a Cold One Knight on the 3. We've got a big force moving up to the number 1 that actually does have answers for hitting the Marauder Horseman here. Bloodrack Shrine is going to go down. Looks like the Exalted Hero might be able to finish it. He did rally, and he's an anti-large character when he's got Colossal Strike active. Might not even need to use it because the Javelins doing their job, and the Snake Lady is going to be dropping like a stone to the ground. Dead as a doornail. But despite the kill on the Shrine, you've still got the Black Ark Corsairs with the handbows on the point. A fresh Scourge Runner Chariot coming out to run over the Zangors. And then the Corsair handbows are just going to press back the Tzeentch Horsemen. They're an excellent unit for counter-skirmishing Javelin Cav and throwing axes. Throwing axes may be a little bit less, but they still have a good way to fire, so they're usually able to do enough damage to keep, like, corn throwing axes honest. Scourge Runner's pulling back. Zangor's doing their thing. Bladewind going down. We actually haven't seen a lot of magic this game. She's been casting the Bladewinds every now and then. It has about 800 value, which is nice. But I've also seen some Chill Winds. You definitely want to get the chill winds in here. Yeah, there you go. You get the speed debuff. And the Scourgeoner Chariots and Rakarth could just face check the Tzeentch Horsemen right now. And keep them from shooting. The Scourgeoner Chariots actually getting melted here by the Javelins. Really great stuff, man. Okay, maybe they're not terrible. They just really need to be protected with everything you can possibly summon. Knight's Immolation are back out. Searing Torrent could be dropped here in a moment. They're, like, kind of sizing up the opportunities, I think. Navi just doesn't have the ground forces to get the points back. It's going to be a very long grind down the triple cap road. Knight's Immolation on the Harpies. Harpies fumbling about a little bit. I don't know what they're doing. Are they fighting? Are they running? Are they doing anything at all? Tune in next time, guys, and we'll find out for sure. Zangors get up on the number 1. Not enough, though, to cap this point. And the Cold One Knights and the Scourge Runners getting some pretty good charges off, and the Zangors' leadership is going to break damn near immediately. I mean, they're probably going to hold for a couple moments longer. But all of the fear-causing units for the Dark Elves are going to make life pretty miserable for them. I guess it's just the Cold One Knights. I could have sworn that Scourgeoner Chariots cause fear as well. Guess not, though. Nice Searing Doom hitting the Cold One Knights as they are trying to push past. Navi not giving up the Ghost. There's a lot to be said for staying scrappy even in obviously lost games. Just to see what you can do to try and grind value back in certain matchups. Can kind of give you an idea of...
Unending glory is yours.
It can kind of give you an idea for what future games will look like if you play out similar scenarios, because... you know, Navi getting behind really early, trying to scrap back against the Dark Elves, never really happened. The value just kept getting worse and worse, so you probably just tap out if you lose the value edge too badly to the Dark Elves early, because it's going to be very difficult to outvalue the consistent range pressure that they can put out on you. Especially a more expensive faction like Tzeentch. Tzeentch tries to play the value game a lot, and they really don't love getting behind early because their front line is often pretty thin to make space for stuff like the Changebringers and Synagores of Tzeentch, who are quite pricey. The armies for Tzeentch tend to be pretty small and tall on average. What's going on here? Okay. Oh yeah, don't ever feel bad for losing in this game. I know that's kind of unavoidable. I get pretty irritated with myself whenever I lose games that I feel like I should have a pretty good time in. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, though. Upsets happen all the time. And getting beat by high-level players is a learning experience. Because you'll see very quickly where your need for improvement is most obvious. And then you can just refine your playstyle from there, you know. And don't ever look on defeat as the end of things. Look on it as the beginning. There's a little bit of shenanigansy truisms for you. Alright, guys. Probably the last replay we're doing today. I don't think there's any that we have left. Well, actually, maybe we have one more. I'll parse through them and make sure that we've covered them all. We've got Rider of Rohan here. You know, changing their name back and forth between a couple of different things. Gepard, though, is Gepard. Rocking in here with the Ripperdactyls. One regular and the Colossodon Hunters with Tic-Tac-Toe, and old Tic-Tac-Toe has all of the items and abilities here. Imric up in the sky. We've got a mage caster with the Lore of Life, double Dragon Princes, and a bunch of spearmen. I'm curious what kind of research went into the builds for Ryder, because Ryder is a land battle player, not exclusively, but 90% of the time he's playing that. So seeing him here on the Dom side of things is very interesting. And the Land Battles folks brought some interesting builds in a couple of the matchups today. They also have brought some fairly standard stuff, like this build is here for Ryder in this matchup. Lots of spearmen oftentimes are a mainstay of the High Elf faction, and they're also going to bring out the Storm Riders, who are a very good unit. They've very long-range Lothern Sea Guard unit. They can fire on the move, they have Vanguard deployment, they cause fear too, which is kind of cool.
Keep it from the foe.
And obviously they have the extra leadership and crazy high melee defense of 53, which is pretty untouchable for the majority of infantry units in the game. You've got the Saurus Spears out in the field, but their damage output into this High Elf front line is going to be really low. It's going to be a wet noodle contest. And the cheaper front line usually wins in low DPS affairs, because it's usually backed up with higher quality mobility and ranged options, which is kind of what we're seeing here from Ryder of Rohan right now. Imric is going to face check Spearman, which is a bad idea. This is not where he wants to be landing right now. The Colossadon Hunters are literally right here. I mean, a good collapse right now from Gepard could have locked Imric on the ground and really hammered him quite viciously. Saurus Spears doing a good job of holding up against the Dragon Prince charge. Some of the Dragon Princes got around to the flank. They do push through a little bit, but the Saurus able to poke away and get a little bit of value before they're going to go down at the very least. And the Dragon Princes here bulldozing up into the other Saurus Spear. Probably would actually want... Whoops. Wrong button. Probably would actually want to charge down this other spear unit where you can get a better rear charge that's a little less congested with all the skink skirmishers around. You can see bouncing out now and doing just that, getting a good rear charge against this Saurus spear unit. Just keep them going back and forth between these fights, in fact, and I think you'd get a lot of payoff from it. Imric's starting to take some pretty heinous damage from the lizard units in here. Ripper Dactyls are getting beat up a little bit. The Colossadon Hunters are, at least. 8 models left. They do get terrified, and they are running. Over here, the Ripper Dactyls are engaged on the Lothern Sea Guard. Lothern Sea Guard getting folded up by the Ripper Dactyls. Not really how I would have expected this fight to go. I would have thought that their melee defense would be high enough that they'd be able to poke back like fairly consistently against the Ripper Dactyls, but a brutal loss of momentum for Ryder here, with a lot of the frontline units starting to struggle, and good mobile options coming in for the Lizardmen to lock Imric on the ground. Imric's going to get deleted by the Paco Pot cohort. Devastating Flanker is so crazy, dude. Absolutely busted passive ability. For any unit that it's on, especially on Slaanesh, but even on this Lizardman unit, I've noticed that this used to not be a very common choice, but now with the added benefit of Devastating Flanker, the Vanguard deploy looks a lot more appealing on these Coldwind Riders, because they can motor in very quickly out of the Vanguard and surprise people with flank charges that they aren't very well situated to withstand. Cohort of Sotek is out on the field attacking the Storm Riders. Dragon Prince is doing a pretty good job of maneuvering and continuing to hammer, but only one of those left, and Imric has been fully shut down. He is dead and gone here, man. Tic-Tac-Toe didn't have a lot to do with it, but he's excited, you know, he's here contributing a little bit. I think he gets the final blow in on Imric, and the leadership problems won't be abysmal for the High Elves. I mean, most of their units are up over 70 leadership at base, so they can withstand it somewhat, but they're already down in value, and you're starting to see Flock of Doom hammering the Dragon Princes and the Paco Poc cohort. Doing a pretty good job of chasing the other one down here. Are going to wheel about and get this Silver Helm. Just need something to come in here and help out against this Dragon Prince unit, and you should be able to clean up any of the remaining High Elf units from there. Sword Spears are beat up, but they are available, right? I mean, decently healthy here. I mean, one of them's got 63 models and almost 4,000 HP, which, God, dude, if a Spearman could lose 2/3 of their HP and have 4,000 health, that would be a terrifying High Elf army to run into. That would be unparalleled durability and value opportunities, since they get all the extra stats from Martial Mastery and Prowess and whatnot. Ripper Dactyls with decent value. The Colossadon Hunters are rallied, and they are looking for an opportunity to dive down on the Fireborn. How'd the Bolas do? 600 value on one of these Fire Leech Bolas. The other over here is a little bit more beat up. It does have 800, so they've done pretty well this game, actually. Maybe the Bolas aren't terrible. Oh, they're regular Pterodon, right? Oh, really? Okay, never mind. I thought these were Bolas for some reason. I'm just not reading the unit card. I'm too busy looking at a million different things at once. So, this looks like the way more cost-effective Pterodon variants. Actually able to get their value back. These guys cost like 650 gold as opposed to the Bolas, who are 750, I'm pretty sure. Colossadon Hunters do find their fight against the Fireborn. They get Toad Rage popped, Focus Instinct so they don't rampage. Tic-Tac-Toe drops his little rock here, it seems. And lands directly into the Fireborn, which I would never recommend for Tic-Tac-Toe. I mean, he's in this fight forever now. You either win this or you lose Tic-Tac-Toe. You do have good Skink Skirmisher fire from the flank, and the Pterodons come over to assist a little bit. Colossadon Hunters go down, 1100 value on them. Okay performance, nothing too crazy to write home about. Kobolin Spear Riders looking to finish this game off in the Paco Poc cohort. Honestly, the MVPs, 1600 value on them, but good overall value across the board for the Lizards. You know, the cohort of Sotek did some decent damage, nothing too wild, but they were there, they contributed, they can raise their hand and say, I am a veteran. You know, look at me. The great plan has lived and died by my warrior spirit, I guess. I don't know, some bullshit like that.
No, the enemy has slain our lord.
Oh, Tic-Tac-Toe gets iced over here. A Noble does it, nonetheless. He comes right out of the spawn point and just gets right up in Tic-Tac-Toe's face and drags him down. But the Fireborn in this fight have just not been able to disengage and cycle charge. Kobolin Spear Riders caught them and just put the moves on them. Noble is just too lonesome. It's literally Noble and, what is that, a Silver Helm? Yeah, Noble and one Silver Helm versus the world here. See, this is why you don't trust gold value. This does not look like an unwinnable situation if you're just looking at the value totals. But this is 100% High Elves are well and truly cooked here. Gepard has a decent number of supplies he's banking up. Dragon Princes come out. Paco Poc cohort retreating. Really good positioning on the Spearmen. Are they braced? I guess they technically are. They get braced, so they stiffen up the Dragon Prince and Silverhelm charge. Good Flock of Doom, but another really good Earthblood. The Earthbloods have been great from Rider of Rohan, but the flimsy HP totals and the AP Cavalry have made the full weight of difference here. As opposed to the Beastmen, who couldn't develop out their mobility and have a solid front line available. Here, the Lizardmen have really been able to rely on their Sora Spears for durability. I mean, not all of them have done tremendously. One of them was pretty lackluster, but the other two, this one has 880. And this Sora Spear with 1300 value has been absolutely critical to allowing the Lizardmen the room to maneuver around and deal with the Dragon Princes. Because the Dragon Princes in the game against the Beastmen were just hammering anywhere and everywhere because there wasn't enough mobility for the Beastmen to keep them in check. Here, though, they just aren't having quite the same impact because the units are just more heavily armored on average than what you were seeing against the Beastmen, who are all fairly low armor units. Another Flock of Doom, really nice placement, gonna get rid of the remaining Silverhelms in this unit. Dragon Princes get away, but, you know, it is not looking great for their odds at finding any kind of good fights here. Rangers scrapping with the Skink cohorts and then get bulldozed off the edge of the battlefield here from the Colan Spear Riders riding up out of the water. What's going on over here? Rangers with Amazon Barbs just plinking away. They've got a pretty powerful missile. It's fairly short range. Rangers may be a little bit wasted just because you don't need the AP against them, but nonetheless, it is going to allow the Lizardmen to fold these units up in very good order and then pull back to the point and hang on to those. This Dragon Prince is continuing to grind, gets hit by another Flock of Doom. They've just been going off all freaking game, dude. 1900 value Skink Priest. Woof, dude. Nice stuff out of the Lizardman player here. Gepard with a very clean game. And Rider of Rohan may have just been a little too aggressive. Lizards are pretty tricky for factions that have heavy cavalry, and they tend to lean on them like the High Elves, so Spear Riders are just a great counter to all of it. You try to work around it as best you can, but it can be a little bit much. I'm actually curious if maybe some Shadow Walkers would have been a good call here. Like, instead of the 4 Spearmen, you get 2 Shadow Walkers instead, and you can really throw down some serious heat with those guys, even to shielded stuff. You can poke down Sora Spears with Shadow Walkers pretty efficiently. And Shadow Walkers are a anti-infantry unit as well, so they can get in there and scrap against your opponent, and they can do really good damage. They're way better than Rangers are, even. That's just an idea for the future, though. Okay. This Kislev army is going to get dunked on by Final Boss. We already, I mean, if you are just joining us, Final Boss was the tournament winner today. I don't feel bad for spoiling that. You should just go watch all the games, because all of Final Boss's games have been damn good. We'll see if it's as close as all the other ones here, though. But Kugath into Zargard, he'll just Mortis Engine them into oblivion. There's not going to be anything to stop that. Horse Archers are just not heavy enough damage at range to actually threaten Kugath. Throwing one of his boogers, and he does miss the Horse Archers there. Little unlucky, but, you know, whatever. Noxbringer is going to dunk on the Horse Archers here. Oh my god, the shots are so brutally devastating. And then the vortexes, the little pestilent vortexes he leaves behind, do a pretty good job of wearing these guys out as well. Nice Ice Maiden's Kiss on the Nurglings. And Zarina is just going to go and beat up on them for a little bit. Actually, would be curious to see Zarina bring Heart of Winter against Nurgle. I think you might actually be able to get some good value out of it in this matchup. Because Nurgle wants to blob, and Heart of Winter is actually really good at punishing blobs. It's a very long-lasting spell, and it takes a while to ramp up to full intensity, but when your opponent, you know, wants to play around a big character like Kugath, maybe you could mix it in just to see if you can get some good damage out of it. Horse archers are, one of them's already basically dead. Some of the other ones have been a little reckless charging down the Nurglings. 2 Zargard on the number 3 objective. They're going to be able to anchor that down. Final boss is looking to use the Loogies of Doom just to poke at the Watchman in the night. See where this shot ends up landing. Right in the heart of the unit and takes a nice chunk of their HP out. Frolicker's Bubonic are dying, but of course they're blowing up the Zargard here. At the very least, they're going to get a little bit of value against a very high value infantry unit that is going to be pretty tough to deal with for Nurgle otherwise. Plague Ogre, great weapons moving in. The Action Ambushers getting hammered by the range tools here. Kugath and the Noxbringer really throwing it down right now.
One of your units has been destroyed.
400 value, or 700 value apiece here, actually. A little bit of a whiff on that shot, but Kugath with a very accurate shot getting in against this Akshinas. Breaking their leadership, Buyer Blood is procced. Kugath can continue to throw his boogers for a few more minutes, and then he probably just needs to go find a point to sit on and force Kislev to interact with him. Demon Spear going to come up. There's a triple cap right now for Kislev. Don't love to see that. They just barely managed to flip the number 1. Nonetheless, though, it is a very nice position for Kislev to be in right now. Dude, how did Final Boss win all these games? Like, some of these really do look like pretty grim openers. More Noxbringer shots going down on the Horse Archers. Good focus fire against the Plague Ogres here, and Little Grom. If Little Grom lands a shot against the Plague Ogres when they're bunched up on Zarina, it'll probably take out like 6 or 7 models. It is really nasty how much damage it does. Noxbringer actually friendly firing and doing a lot of damage to the poor guys. Vortex is, though, doing some damage to the Horse Archers. Kugath just on his golden throne. He's just going to be trundling in, looking for an opportunity to maybe fight Zarina. I think it might be a little bit of a fool's errand chasing Zarina around. Really want to see some action with Kugath grinding down the Zargard. I mean, the Mortis Engine and his melee attack should be able to clear them out fairly fast. Forsaken making their way out onto the field. The Demon Spew and the Marauders doing what they can here. Mordheim Beowulf's available, and really cool unit. Debuffing incoming healing by 100% is their big selling point, which can be very impactful against Nurgle. A lot of terror routes going down. Nurgle still can't cap the points. This might be a very long game here, because Nurgle's going to need a lot of time to build up infantry to get back up on these objectives and start to cap them away. There's a lot of high-quality stuff available for Kislev here. 1 Zargard anchoring the number 3. The other 2 Zargard, who are a little bit beat up, are going to be holding on the number 2. Horse Archers have really been the weakest link in the Kislev army, as well as the Akshinas. Zarina has been doing a lot of running. She just can't find a safe spot to sit and chip away at anything. Ice Sheet is going down on Kugath. You probably want to use that. Oh my god. You probably want to use Ice Sheet only if you have the kind of AP missiles you need to kill Kugath. You need like 2 Streltsy and Little Grom to be sitting on Kugath to kill him. Otherwise, you're wasting your time, I think. That's kind of hard to do that with the Noxbringer around. It destroys a lot of ammo, and it is a fairly powerful damage-dealing tool to infantry. Even if it's not quite as efficient as against something like Skirmish Cav, it's still pretty effective work, and the Vortexes can do some pretty nasty stuff too. They're a pretty large radius, and they have a pretty decent amount of armor-piercing damage. You can see there, proof in the pudding, Armored Kossars losing about 20% of their HP on one shot, plus losing some ammunition, of course. Pestigor's getting a good fight against Zarina. She gets poisoned. She's having a hard time pulling out of here because of the Tears of Nurgle proccing now. Oh, and the Noxbringer and Kugath are on the way in, and I think Zarina is going to find herself on the outside looking in here. Very lucky to escape from the clutches of the Noxbringer there. Desperately trying to finish her off. Pestigor's trundling behind her. Furies look like they're going to be going after the remaining Horse Archers there. The Plague Ogres don't have a lot of value. A little bit of a whiff from Little Grom. Little Grom has not done well this game. It's very shocking. I find Little Grom to be one of the most unbelievably accurate and efficient single entity artillery pieces in the game, typically. Beautiful stream of corruption. Kugath gonna be scrapping with the Armored Kossar supported by the Pesties, and his Mortis engine will definitely wear this position out fairly fast. Zargard and the Mordheim Beowulf still playing dangerous game, moving off of the caps over and over again. You don't want to chase with infantry. Infantry you want to force your opponent to interact with, not the other way around. Keeping them positioned and supported by some mobile elements is usually the way to go in order to maximize their value. And this is a bug with Little Grom. Little Grom is, it says it's obstructed. It might actually be, I guess, because of the fight that's going on here, but the Zargard are like basically dead. The Pestigors are like all over them. If Little Grom is ever saying it's obstructed and it won't shoot even into fights where it obviously should be able to fire, you have to give it a move order and then order it to fire again. That's the only way to clear whatever the weird bug is. It's really frustrating and annoying, but it's not too bad. It happens pretty rarely. It's few and far between in my experience. I think that shot bounced off the tree here. The Pestigors didn't take any damage from it, so it must have. Oh, the Loogie right into the heart of the Armored Kossars. Only 2 models die, but quite a bit of HP damage, and a follow-up shot from Kugath will also be putting these guys in the danger zone. I love Final Boss's Kugath play. It's been so strong. Curse of the Slug goes down, and the Noxbringer is finally going to catch Zarina Katerin out here. Puts a beatdown on her. I think a Zarg or a Akshina accidentally shot Zarina Katerin in the face there with an errant bow shot. She had 1 HP, and then she went down as the Akshina fire came in. Nice kill on the Zargard, cleaning up that number 3 objective for Nurgle, and they're going to be able to hang on to that, and there's plenty of time to work for a triple cap. This is where late-game Kugath is a real nightmare. He can get over on the number 1 and Mortis engine everything down that comes his way. He's still got some ammo, so he can hit anything on the number 2 as well. Nurgle just needs to get their bodies out on the field, and I think this is going to be another one of those classic final boss games from the tournament today, where things were looking rough at several points, but steady play, unpanicked responses, and good movement with either the Noxbringer or with Kugath, or both sometimes, making all the difference in the world here. Come on, Kugath, get on top of these guys. Mordheim Beowulfs look like they're going to be pulling back. Gonna have a pretty rough go of it, trying to get past Kugath, but they are able to peel past him. Pretty good micro on Codex. Codex is playing a pretty clean game for the most part, but doesn't have a very good way of dealing with all of the Pestigors and Furies and Noxbringer moving out and about on the number 3 and just brutalizing everything on this side of the field. This is where Final Boss is starting to grind back some proper value. And you gotta remember that Nurgle does have healing. We've seen the Noxbringer get some heals, so that might be inflating Kislev's value just a little bit. Should be fairly even at this stage. The continued lack of AP shooting, though, is really hampering Kislev, because Kugath just continues to hang around, cause problems, tear routes, Mortis engine effects, range damage, which has been very effective this entire game. And looks like the number 1's going to get capped here. Number 2 did get taken by Kislev, which is good for them. But they're going to lose the Akshinas out here. They're both being chased to the ends of the earth by the Pestigors. Even if they somehow won this, it's a long run back with a very beat-up unit. They wouldn't be able to cap for ages. Noxbringer terrifying the poor Zargard here. Zargard did okay. 1,000, close to 1,000 value on the one over there. We'll check on how the other two did later. Watchmen and the Knight were a weak link. They were a very poor unit to have out on the field here, unfortunately. I don't know what it is about the Watchmen that makes them so bad. They just don't do anything well. You'd think that they'd be able to clear out infantry a lot better than it seems like they do on a regular basis, but maybe it's just people are very well attuned to avoiding units of that type with any kind of chaff, and then you just engage them with heavily armored stuff and, you know, get some big single entities to kind of bully them. Bit of an unfortunate situation for Kislev, being forced into blob fight with Kugath, and this is where Nurgle really shines, man. They've played a very rough mobile game so far, but in this later stage, without a substantial army on the field, Kugath is just going to totally annihilate the Kislev remainders here. Lots of streams of corruption have been going down, and they have been so impactful. Massive damage over and over again on the armored Kossars, who have been getting bounced over and over again. They can't find any kind of success here. They either end up fighting Pestigors or Marauder Great Weapons and down trading, or they end up trundling in, and then Kugath finds them and makes their lives a living hell. Watchmen still grinding away. They've gotten about 200 value again this time. They're probably not going to stick around much longer. Their Buyer Blood did proc pretty early on, so their leadership is about to falter completely. And they will just be retreating as, yeah, you can see, negative 55 leadership with Buyer Blood wearing off. Bye-bye, bozos. Horse Archers desperately trying to get the number 3, but we got the Pestigors and the Nurglings over here with the Furies crushing this poor position of Horse Archers. Mordheim Beowulfs scrapping as best they can, but they're going to be routed off the field, and the triple cap comes in with 1442 on the table for Kislev, and it's going to be another ridiculously late and on the verge of catastrophe cap for Nurgle, and there's no way Kislev gets back in this one. They're so cooked here.
Unending glory is yours.
Boss with another late game clutch, dude. Codex is supposed to bring Ice Guard. Dude, the Ice Guard, yeah, no, the Ice Guard actually would have been really good into the Nurgle army, because you can bring either glaives or swords, and either or works. I prefer swords because they're cheaper, and, or at least they were in the past. I don't know if there have been cost adjustments, but I'm more worried about Furies getting into the back line, because they can just fly over the whole army. Ice Guard Glaives, I've not really ever found them to be super stupendous. They're okay. They're fine. I just think that the swords are a better option. So yeah, I mean, 3 Ice Guard with the swords is definitely one way to do it. Zarina actually really likes the Crystal Cloak if you're going for the cheap spells like Ice Maiden's Kiss and Sheet. But I'm very curious about Heart of Winter for that matchup. I think it might be sneaky strong. Zarina, you just put Arcane Conduit on her here, and she's honestly pretty cheap. Streltsy can wander in from reserve. I think you avoid Horse Archers. Maybe you do Light War Sleds to poke at Kugath, because they do have pretty good damage output with their missiles. Really good AP split. Quite a few guys are actually shooting as well in the back of these. I think it's 3 or 4 models. That would be worth experimenting with. And also play really safely around the Noxbringer. Wouldn't be a lot of damage for your opponent to find against that skirmish element, as opposed to the Horse Archers, who just get... Horse Archers and Skirmish Cav in general get rolled by the Noxbringer. It is so strong, it has absolutely no chill when it comes to those kinds of fights. It's really ugly really quickly if you're running around a bunch of Horse Archers and the Noxbringer is actually landing shots. That is every replay from the Legendary Lords tournament today that I got. I'm exhausted. I am gonna go eat food and chill and relax. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. It was an absolute blast of a tournament. I'm a little sad because I feel like I really fumbled my odds at doing some good stuff here. I just got really complacent fighting against a faction I thought I had a pretty easy time against, but you know, hubris is always the precipitator of precarious falling actions, so I learned my lesson. You know, Shakespeare and Homer couldn't have written a downfall better for me. But I'll be back. If we're going to do another Legendary Lords tournament, I am 100% going to be back in that, and I'll find one of the Lords that I can practice on. Might do some Dark Elves. I'm really feeling Marathi. She's a pretty cool Lord. Little off meta, but still fun, you know. Be interesting to see if I can make her work. So, till then, guys, I'll try and get a stream sometime in the next few days. Hopefully we can do some more new player tournament replays and maybe some quick battles. We'll see what I've got going on, though. I've got a pretty open-ended work schedule, so it is, you know, kind of up to me to determine stuff. It does take quite a bit of my time up, though. But yeah. Take care, guys. Peace out. GG's. And I'll see y'all next time.